Book 2, Chapter 6 of Kipps by H. G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. 1. One day Kipps set out upon his newly mastered bicycle to New Romney to break the news of his engagement to his uncle and aunt, this time positively. He was now a finished cyclist, but as yet an unseasoned one. The south-west wind, even in its summer guise, as one meets it in the marsh, is the equivalent of a reasonable hill, and ever and again he got off and refreshed himself by a spell of walking. He was walking just outside New Romney, preparatory to his triumphal entry, one hand off, when abruptly he came upon Ann Pornick. It chanced he was thinking about her at the time. He had been thinking curious things. Whether, after all, the atmosphere of New Romney and the marsh had not some difference, some faint impalpable quality that was missing in the great and fashionable world of Folkestone, behind there on the hill. Here there was a homeliness, a familiarity. He had noticed as he passed that old Mr. Cliffordown's gate had been mended with a fresh piece of string. In Folkestone he didn't take notice, and he didn't care if they built 300 houses. Come to think of it, that was odd. It was fine and grand to have 1,200 a year. It was fine to go about on trams and omnibuses and think not a person aboard was as rich as oneself. It was fine to buy and order this and that and never have any work to do, and to be engaged to a girl distantly related to the Earl of Beaupre. But yet there had been a zest in the old time out here, a rare zest in the holidays, in sunlight, on the sea beach and in the High Street, that failed from these new things. He thought of those bright windows of holiday that had seemed so glorious to him in the retrospect from his apprentice days. It was strange that now, amidst his present splendours, they were glorious still. All those things were over now, perhaps that was it. Something had happened to the world, and the old light had been turned out. He himself was changed, and Sid was changed, terribly changed. And Ann, no doubt, was changed. He thought of her with the hair blown about her flushed cheeks as they stood together after their race. Certainly she must be changed, and all the magic she had been fraught with to the very hem of her short petticoats, gone no doubt for ever. And as he thought that, or before and while he thought it, for he came to all these things in his own vague and stumbling way, he looked up, and there was Ann. She was 7 years older and greatly altered, yet for the moment it seemed to him that she had not changed at all. "Ann," he said, and she, with a lifting note, "It's Art Kipps." Then he became aware of changes, improvements. She was as pretty as she had promised to be, her blue eyes as dark as his memory of them, and with a quick high colour. But now Kipps by several inches was the taller again. She was dressed in a simple grey dress that showed her very clearly as a straight and healthy little woman, and her hat was sun-defied with pink flowers. She looked soft and warm and welcoming. Her face was alight to Kipps with her artless gladness at their encounter. "It's Art Kipps," she said. "Rather," said Kipps. "You got your holidays?" It flashed upon Kipps that Sid had not told her of his great fortune. Much regretful meditation upon Sid's behaviour had convinced him that he himself was to blame for exasperating boastfulness in that affair, and this time he took care not to err in that direction. He erred in the other. "I'm taking a bit of an 'oliday," he said. "So am I," said Ann. "You been for a walk?" asked Kipps. Ann showed him a bunch of wayside flowers. "It's a long time since I seen you, Ann." "Why, 'ow long must it be? 7, 8 years nearly." "It don't do to count," said Ann. "It don't look like it," said Kipps with the slightest emphasis. "You got a moustache," said Ann, smelling her flowers and looking at him over them, not without admiration. Kipps blushed. Presently they came to the bifurcation of the roads. "I'm going down this way to mother's cottage," said Ann. "I'll come a bit your way, if I may." In New Romney social distinctions that are primary realities in Folkestone are absolutely non-existent, and it seemed quite permissible for him to walk with Ann, for all that she was no more than a servant. They talked with remarkable ease to one another, they slipped into a vein of intimate reminiscence in the easiest manner. In a little while Kipps was amazed to find Ann and himself at this. "You remember that half sixpence what you cut for me?" "Yes." "I got it still." She hesitated. "Funny, wasn't it?" she said. "You got yours, Artie?" "Rather," said Kipps. "What do you think?" And wondered in his heart of hearts why he had never looked at that sixpence for so long. Ann smiled at him frankly. "I didn't expect you'd keep it," she said. "I thought often it was silly to keep mine. Besides," she reflected, "it didn't mean anything really." She glanced at him as she spoke and met his eye. "Oh, didn't it?" said Kipps, a little late with his response, and realising his infidelity to Helen even as he spoke. "It didn't mean much anyhow," said Ann. "You still in the drapery?" "I'm living at Folkestone," began Kipps, and decided that that sufficed. "Didn't Sid tell you he met me?" "No. 'Ere?" "Yes, the other day. 'Bout a week or more ago." "That was before I came." "Ah, that was it," said Kipps. "'E's got on," said Ann. "Got his own shop now, Artie." "He told me." They found themselves outside Muggett's cottages. "You going in?" said Kipps. "I s'pose so," said Ann. They both hung upon the pause. Ann took a plunge. "Do you often come to New Romney?" she said. "I ride over a bit at times," said Kipps. Another pause. Ann held out her hand. "I'm glad I seen you," she said. Extraordinary impulses arose in neglected parts of Kipps' being. "Ann," he said, and stopped. "Yes," said she, and was bright to him. They looked at one another. All and more than all of those first emotions of his adolescence had come back to him. Her presence banished a multitude of countervailing considerations. It was Ann more than ever. She stood breathing close to him, with her soft looking lips a little apart and gladness in her eyes. "I'm awful glad to see you again," he said. "It brings back old times." "Doesn't it?" Another pause. He would have liked to have had a long talk to her, to have gone for a walk with her or something, to have drawn nearer to her in any conceivable way, and above all to have had some more of the appreciation that shone in her eyes. But a vestige of Folkestone still clinging to him told him it wouldn't do. "Well," he said, "I must be getting on," and turned away reluctantly, with a will under compulsion. When he looked back from the corner she was still at the gate. She was perhaps a little disconcerted by his retreat. He felt that. He hesitated for a moment, half turned, stood, and suddenly did great things with his hat. That hat! The wonderful hat of our civilisation. In another minute he was engaged in a singularly absent-minded conversation with his uncle about the usual topics. His uncle was very anxious to buy him a few upright clocks as an investment for subsequent sale. And there were also some very nice globes, one terrestrial and the other celestial, in a shop at Lydd that would look well in a drawing room and inevitably increase in value. Kipps either did or did not agree to this purchase. He was unable to recollect. The southwest wind perhaps helped him back. At any rate he found himself through Dymchurch without having noticed the place. There came an odd effect as he drew near Hythe. The hills on the left and the trees on the right seemed to draw together and close in upon him until his way was straight and narrow. He could not turn around on that treacherous half tame machine, but he knew that behind him, he knew so well, spread the wide, vast flatness of the marsh, shining under the afternoon sky. In some way this was material to his thoughts, and as he rode through Hythe he came upon the idea that there was a considerable amount of incompatibility between the existence of one who was practically a gentleman and of Ann. In the neighbourhood of Seabrook he began to think he had, in some subtle way, lowered himself by walking along by the side of Ann. After all, she was only a servant. Ann! She called out all the least gentlemanly instincts of his nature. There had been a moment in their conversation when he had quite distinctly thought it would be a really extremely nice thing for someone to kiss her lips. There was something warming about Ann, at least for Kipps. She impressed him as having somewhen during their last fast interval of separation contrived to make herself, in some distinctive way, his. Fancy keeping that half sixpence all this time! It was the most flattering thing that had ever happened to Kipps. 2 He found himself presently sitting over the art of conversing, lost in the strangest musings. He got up, walked about, became stagnant at the window for a space, roused himself and by way of something lighter tried Sesame and Lilies. From that too his attention wandered. He sat back. Anon he smiled, anon sighed. He arose, pulled his keys from his pocket, looked at them, decided and went upstairs. He opened the little yellow box that had been the nucleus of all his possessions in the world, and took out a small escritoire, the very humblest sort of present, and opened it, kneeling. And there in the corner was a little packet of paper, sealed as a last offence against any prying invader, with red sealing wax. It had gone untouched for years. He held this little packet between finger and thumb for a moment, regarding it, and then put down the escritoire and broke the seal. As he was getting into bed that night he remembered something for the first time. "Dash it," he said. "Dashed if I told 'em this time. Well, I shall have to go to New Romney again." He got into bed and remained sitting pensively on the pillow for a space. "It's a rum world," he reflected after a vast interval. Then he recalled that she had noticed his moustache and embarked upon a sea of egotistical musings. He imagined telling Ann how rich he was. What a surprise that would be for her! Finally he sighed profoundly, blew out his candle and snuggled down, and in a little while he was asleep. But the next morning and at intervals afterwards he found himself thinking of Ann. Ann, the bright, the desirable, the welcoming, and with an extraordinary streakiness he wanted quite badly to go, and then as badly not to go, over to New Romney again. Sitting on the Leas in the afternoon he had an idea. "I ought to have told her, I suppose, about my being engaged." Ann! All sorts of dreams and impressions that had gone clean out of his mental existence came back to him, changed and brought up to date to fit her altered presence. He thought of how he had gone back to New Romney for his Christmas holidays, determined to kiss her, and of the awful blankness of the discovery that she had gone away. It seemed incredible now, and yet not wholly incredible, that he had cried real tears for her. How many years was it ago? 3 Daily I should thank my Maker that he did not appoint me censor of the world of men. I should temper a fierce injustice with a spasmodic indecision that would prolong rather than mitigate the bitterness of the day. For human dignity, for all conscious human superiority, I should lack the beginnings of charity. For bishops, prosperous schoolmasters, judges and all large, respect-pampered souls. And more especially bishops, towards whom I bear an atavistic Viking grudge, dreaming not infrequently, and with invariable zest, of galleys and landings and well-known living ornaments of the episcopal bench, sprinting inland on twinkling gaiters before my thirsty blade. All these people, I say, I should treat below their deserts. But on the other hand, for such as Kipps, there the exasperating indecisions would come in. The judgment would be arrested at Kipps. Every one and everything would wait. You would wait. The balance would sway and sway, and whenever it heeled towards an adverse decision, my finger would set it swaying again. Kings, warriors, statesmen, brilliant women of our first families, personalities, gallants, panting with indignation, headline humanity in general, would stand undamned, unheeded, or be damned in the most casual manner for their importunity, while my eye went about for anything possible that could be said on behalf of Kipps. albeit I fear nothing can save him from condemnation upon this present score, that within 2 days he was talking to Ann again. One seeks excuses. Overnight there had been an encounter of Chitterlow and young Walshingham in his presence that had certainly warped his standards. They had called within a few minutes of each other, and the two, swayed by virile attentions to old Methuselah Four Stars, had talked against each other, over and at the hospitable presence of Kipps. Walshingham had seemed to win at the beginning, but finally Chitterlow had made a magnificent display of vociferation and swept him out of existence. At the beginning Chitterlow had opened upon the great profits of playwrights, and young Walshingham had capped him at once with a cynical but impressive display of knowledge of the high finance. If Chitterlow boasted his thousands, young Walshingham boasted his hundreds of thousands, and was for a space left in sole possession of the stage, juggling with the wealth of nations. He was going on by way of financial politics to the Overman, before Chitterlow recovered from his first check and came back to victory. "Talking of women," said Chitterlow, coming in abruptly upon some things not generally known, beyond Walshingham's more immediate circle, about a recently departed empire builder. "Talking of women and the way they get at a man." There was a matter of fact they had been talking of the corruption of society by speculation. Upon this new topic Chitterlow was soon manifestly invincible. He knew so much, he had known so many. Young Walshingham did his best with epigrams and reservations, but even to Kipps it was evident that this was a book-learned depravity. One felt Walshingham had never known the inner realities of passion. But Chitterlow convinced and amazed. He had run away with girls, he had been run away with by girls, he had been in love with several at a time, not counting Bessie. He had loved and lost, he had loved and refrained, and he had loved and failed. He threw remarkable lights upon the moral state of America, in which country he had toured with great success. He set his talk to the tune of one of Mr. Kipling's best known songs. He told an incident of simple romantic passion, a delirious dream of love and beauty in a Saturday to Monday steamboat trip up the Hudson, and tagged his end with, "I learned about women from her." After that he adopted the refrain and lapsed into the praises of Kipling. "Little Kipling," said Chitterlow with the familiarity of affection. "He knows," and broke into quotation. "I've taken my fun where I found it. I've rogued and I've ranged in my time. I've had my pickings of sweethearts, and 4 of the lot was prime." These things, I say, affect the moral standards of the best of us. "I'd have liked to have written that," said Chitterlow. "That's life, that is. But go and put it on the stage, put even a bit of the realities of life on the stage, and see what they'll do to you. Only Kipling would venture on a job like that. That poem knocked me. I don't say Kipling hasn't knocked me before and since, but that was a fair knock-out. And yet, you know, there's one thing in it, this. I've taken my fun where I've found it, and now I must pay for my fun. For the more you've known of the others, the less will you settle to one. Well, in my case anyhow, I don't know how much that proves, seeing I'm exceptional in so many things, and there's no good denying it. But so far as I'm concerned, I tell you too, but of course you needn't let it go any further, I've been perfectly faithful to Muriel ever since I married her, ever since. Not once, not even by accident, have I ever said or done anything in the slightest." His little brown eye became pensive after this flattering intimacy, and the gorgeous draperies of his abundant voice fell into graver folds. "I learnt about women from her," he said impressively. "Yes," said Walshingham, getting into the hinder spaces of that splendid pause. "A man must know about women, and the only sound way of learning is the experimental method." "If you want to know about the experimental method, my boy," said Chitterlow, resuming. So they talked, ex pede Herculem, as Coote, that cultivated polyglot, would have put it. And in the small hours Kipps went to bed with his brain whirling with words and whiskey, and sat for an unconscionable time upon his bed edge, musing sadly upon the unmanly monogamy of soul that had cast its shadow upon his career, musing with his thoughts pointing around more and more certainly to the possibility of at least duplicity with Ann. 4. For some days he had been refraining with some insistence from going off to New Romney again. I do not know if this may count in palliation of his misconduct. Men, real strong-souled, healthy men, should be, I suppose, impervious to conversational atmospheres, but I have never claimed for Kipps a place at these high levels. The unquenchable fact remains that the next day he spent the afternoon with Ann and found no scruple in displaying himself a budding lover. He had met her in the High Street, had stopped her, and almost on the spur of the moment had boldly proposed a walk for the sake of old times. "I don't mind," said Ann. Her consent almost frightened Kipps. His imagination had not carried him to that. "It'll be a lark," said Kipps, and looked up the street and down. "Now?" he said. "I don't mind a bit, Artie. I was just going for a walk along towards St. Mary's." "Let's go that way behind the church," said Kipps, and presently they found themselves drifting seaward in a mood of pleasant commonplace. For a while they talked of Sid. It went clean out of Kipps' head at that early stage even that Ann was a girl according to the exposition of Chitterlow, and for a time he remembered only that she was Ann. But afterwards, with the reek of that talk in his head, he lapsed a little from that personal relation. They came out upon the beach and sat down in a tumbled, pebbly place, where a meagre grass and patches of sea poppy were growing, and Kipps reclined on his elbow and tossed pebbles in his hand, and Ann sat up, sunlit, regarding him. They talked in fragments. They exhausted Sid, they exhausted Ann, and Kipps was chary of his riches. He declined to a faint love making. "I got that 1/2 still," he said. "Really?" That changed the key. "I always kept mine somehow," said Ann, and there was a pause. They spoke of how often they had thought of each other during those intervening years. Kipps may have been untruthful, but Ann perhaps was not. "I met people here and there," said Ann, "but I never met anyone quite like you, Artie." "It's jolly our meeting again, anyhow," said Kipps. "Look at that ship out there. She's pretty close in." He had a dull period, became indeed almost pensive, and then he was enterprising for a while. He tossed up his pebbles so that as if by accident they fell on Ann's hand. Then, very penitently, he stroked the place. That would have led to all sorts of coquetries on the part of Flo Bates, for example. But it disconcerted and checked Kipps to find Ann made no objection, smiled pleasantly down on him, with eyes half shut because of the sun. She was taking things very much for granted. He began to talk, and Chitterlow's standards resuming possession of him, he said he had never forgotten her. "I never forgotten you either, Artie," she said. "Funny, isn't it?" It impressed Kipps also as funny. He became reminiscent, and suddenly a warm summer's evening came back to him. "Remember them cockchafers, Ann?" he said. But the reality of the evening he recalled was not the chase of cockchafers. The great reality that had suddenly arisen between them was that he had never kissed Ann in his life. He looked up, and there were her lips. He had wanted to very badly, and his memory leaped and annihilated an interval. That old resolution came back to him, and all sorts of new resolutions passed out of mind. And he had learnt something since those boyish days. This time he did not ask. He went on talking, his nerves began very faintly to quiver, and his mind grew bright. Presently, having satisfied himself that there was no one to see, he sat up beside her and remarked upon the clearness of the air and how close Dungeness seemed to them. Then they came upon a pause again. "Ann," he whispered, and put an arm that quivered about her. She was mute and unresisting, and, as he was to remember, solemn. He turned her face towards him and kissed her lips, and she kissed him back again, kisses frank and tender as a child's. 5. It was curious that in the retrospect He did not find nearly the satisfaction in this infidelity he had imagined was there. It was no doubt desperately doggish to an almost Chitterlow-esque degree, to recline on the beach at Littlestone with a girl, to make love to her and to achieve the triumph of kissing her when he was engaged to another girl at Folkestone, but somehow these two people were not girls, they were Ann and Helen. Particularly Helen declined to be considered as a girl, and there was something in Ann's quietly friendly eyes, in her frank smile, in the naïve pressure of her hand, there was something undefended and welcoming that imparted a flavour to the business upon which he had not counted. He had learnt about women from her. That refrain ran through his mind and deflected his thoughts, but as a matter of fact he had learnt about nothing but himself. He wanted very much to see Ann some more and explain. He did not clearly know what it was he wanted to explain. He did not clearly know anything. It is the last achievement of the intelligence to get all of one's life into one coherent scheme, and Kipps was only in a measure more aware of himself as a whole than is a tree. His existence was an affair of dissolving and recurring moods. When he thought of Helen or Ann or any of his friends, he thought sometimes of this aspect and sometimes of that, and often one aspect was finally incongruous with another. He loved Helen, he revered Helen. He was also beginning to hate her with some intensity. When he thought of that expedition to Lympne, profound, vague, beautiful emotions flooded his being. When he thought of paying calls with her perforce, or of her latest comment on his bearing, he found himself rebelliously composing fierce and pungent insults, couched in the vernacular. But Ann, whom he had seen so much less of, was a simpler memory. She was pretty, she was almost softly feminine, and she was possible to his imagination just exactly where Helen was impossible. More than anything else she carried the charm of respect for him. The slightest glance of her eyes was balm for his perpetually wounded self-conceit. Chance suggestions, it was, set the tune of his thoughts, and his state of health and repletion gave the colour. Yet somehow he had this at least almost clear in his mind, that to have gone to see Ann a second time, to have implied that she had been in possession of his thoughts through all this interval, and above all to have kissed her, was shabby and wrong. Only unhappily this much of lucidity had come now just a few hours after it was needed. 6 4 days after this it was that Kipps got up so late. He got up late, cut his chin while shaving, kicked a slipper into his sponge bath, and said, "Desh!" Perhaps you know those intolerable mornings, dear reader, when you seem to have neither the heart nor the strength to rise, and your nervous adjustments are all wrong and your fingers thumbs, and you hate the very birds for singing. You feel inadequate to any demand whatever. Often such awakenings follow a poor night's rest, and commonly they mean indiscriminate eating, or those subtle mental influences old Kipps ascribed to foozle-ile in the system, or worry. And with Kipps, albeit Chitterlow had again been his guest overnight, assuredly worry had been playing a leading rôle. Troubles had been gathering upon him for days. There had been a sort of concentration of these hosts of Midian overnight, and in the grey small hours Kipps had held his review. The predominating trouble marched under this banner: Mr. Kipps, Mrs. Bindon Botting at home, Thursday, September 16th, anagrams 4 to 6:30, R.S.V.P. A banner that was the facsimile of a card upon his looking-glass in the room below. And in relation to this terribly significant document, things had come to a pass with Helen that he could only describe in his own expressive idiom as words. It had long been a smouldering issue between them that Kipps was not availing himself with any energy or freedom of the opportunities he had of social exercises, much less was he seeking additional opportunities. He had, it was evident, a peculiar dread of that universal afternoon enjoyment, the call, and Helen made it unambiguously evident that this dread was silly and had to be overcome. His first display of this unmanly weakness occurred at the Cootes, on the day before he kissed Ann. They were all there, chatting very pleasantly, when the little servant with the big cap announced the younger Miss Wace. Whereupon Kipps manifested a lively horror and rose partially from his chair. "Oh, gum!" he protested. "Can't I go upstairs?" Then he sank back, for it was too late. Very probably the younger Miss Wace had heard him as she came in. Helen said nothing of that, though her manner may have shown her surprise, but afterwards she told Kipps he must get used to seeing people, and suggested that he should pay a series of calls with Mrs. Walshingham and herself. Kipps gave a reluctant assent at the time, and afterwards displayed a talent for evasion that she had not suspected in him. At last she did succeed in securing him for a call upon Miss Punchafer of Radnor Park, a particularly easy call, because Miss Punchafer, being so deaf, one could say practically what one liked. And then outside the gate he shirked again. "I can't go in," he said in a faded voice. "You must," said Helen, beautiful as ever, but even more than a little hard and forbidding. "I can't." He produced his handkerchief hastily, thrust it to his face, and regarded her over it with rounded, hostile eyes. "Possible," he said in a hoarse, strange voice out of the handkerchief. "Nose is bleedin'." But that was the end of his power of resistance, and when the rally for the anagram tea occurred she bore down his feeble protests altogether. She insisted. She said frankly, "I'm going to give you a good talking to about this." And she did. From Coote he gathered something of the nature of anagrams and anagram parties. An anagram, Coote explained, was a word spelt the same way as another, only differently arranged, as for instance Tocoe would be an anagram for his own name Coote. Tocoe, repeated Kipps very carefully. "Or Toeco," said Coote. "Or Toeco," said Kipps, assisting his poor head by nodding it at each letter. "Too company like," he said in his efforts to comprehend. When Kipps was clear what an anagram meant, Coote came to the second heading, the tea. Kipps gathered that there might be from 30 to 60 people present, and that each one would have an anagram pinned on. "They give you a card to put your guesses on, rather like a dance programme, and then, you know, you go round and guess," said Coote. "It's rather good fun." "Oh, rather," said Kipps with simulated gusto. "It shakes everybody up together," said Coote. Kipps smiled and nodded. In the small hours all his painful meditations were threaded by the vision of that anagram tea. It kept marching to and fro and in and out of all his other troubles, from 30 to 60 people, mostly ladies and callers, and a great number of the letters of the alphabet, and more particularly PIKPS and TOECO, and he was trying to make one word out of the whole interminable procession. This word, as he finally gave it with some emphasis to the silence of the night, was "damn." Then, wreathed as it were in this lettered procession, was the figure of Helen as she had appeared at the moment of words, her face a little hard, a little irritated, a little disappointed. He imagined himself going around and guessing under her eye. He tried to think of other things without lapsing upon a still deeper uneasiness that was wreathed with yellow sea poppies, and the figures of Buggins, Pierce and Carshot, three murdered friendships, rose reproachfully in the stillness and changed horrible apprehensions into unspeakable remorse. Last night had been their customary night for the banjo, and Kipps, with a certain tremulous uncertainty, had put old Methuselah amidst a retinue of glasses on the table and opened a box of choice cigars. In vain. They were in no need, it seemed, of his society. But instead Chitterlow had come, anxious to know if it was all right about that syndicate plan. He had declined anything but a very weak whisky and soda, just to drink, at least until business was settled, and had then opened the whole affair with an effect of great orderliness to Kipps. Soon he was taking another whisky by sheer inadvertency, and the complex fabric of his conversation was running more easily from the broad loom of his mind. Into that pattern had interwoven a narrative of extensive alterations in the pestered butterfly. The neck and beetle business was to be restored, the story of a great difference of opinion with Mrs. Chitterlow, where and how to live after the play had succeeded, the reasons why the Honourable Thomas Norgate had never financed a syndicate, and much matter also about the syndicate now under discussion. But if the current of their conversation had been vortical and crowded, the outcome was perfectly clear. Kipps was to be the chief participator in the syndicate, and his contribution was to be £2,000. Kipps groaned and rolled over and found Helen, as it were, on the other side. "Promise me," she had said, "you won't do anything without consulting me." Kipps at once rolled back to his former position, and for a space lay quite still. He felt like a very young rabbit in a trap. Then suddenly, with extraordinary distinctness, his heart cried out for Ann, and he saw her as he had seen her at New Romney, sitting amidst the yellow sea poppies with the sunlight on her face. His heart called out for her in the darkness, as one calls for rescue. He knew, as though he had known it always, that he loved Helen no more. He wanted Ann, he wanted to hold her and be held by her, to kiss her again and again, to turn his back for ever on all these other things. He rose late, but this terrible discovery was still there, undispelled by cockcrow or the day. He rose in a shattered condition, and he cut himself while shaving, but at last he got into his dining room and could pull the bell for the hot constituents of his multifarious breakfast. And then he turned to his letters. There were 2 real letters, in addition to the customary electric belt advertisement, Continental Lottery circular and betting tout's card. One was in a slight mourning envelope and addressed in an unfamiliar hand. This he opened first and discovered a note. Mrs. Raymond Waste requests the pleasure of Mr. Kipps' company at dinner on Tuesday, September 21st at 8 o'clock. With a hasty movement Kipps turned his mind to the second letter. It was an unusually long one from his uncle, and ran as follows: My dear nephew, we are considerably startled by your letter, though expecting something of the sort, and disposed to hope for the best. If the young lady is a relation to the Earl of Beaupre, well and good, but take care you're not being imposed upon, for there are many who'll be glad enough to snap you up now your circumstances are altered. I waited on the old Earl once while in service, and he was remarkably close with his tips, and suffered from corns. A hasty old gent and hard to please. I dare say he has forgotten me altogether, and anyhow there's no need to rake up bygones. To-morrow is bus day, and as you say the young lady is living near by, we shall shut up shop, for there is really nothing doing now, what with all the visitors bringing everything with them down to their very children's pails, and say how to do to her, and give her a bit of a kiss and encouragement if we think her suitable. She'll be pleased to see your old uncle. We wish we could have had a look at her first, but still there is not much mischief done, and hoping that all will turn out well, yet I am, Your affectionate uncle, Edward George Kipps. My heartburn's still very bad. I shall bring over a few bits of rhubarb I picked up, a sort you won't get in Folkestone, and if possible a good bunch of flowers for the young lady. "Coming over to-day," said Kipps, standing helplessly with the letter in his hand. "How the deuce?" "I can't. Kiss her? I can't even face her." A terrible anticipation of that gathering framed itself in his mind, a hideous, impossible disaster. His voice went up to a note of despair. "And it's too late to telegraph and stop 'em." About 20 minutes after this, an outporter in Castle Hill Avenue was accosted by a young man with a pale, desperate face, an exquisitely rolled umbrella and a heavy Gladstone bag. "Carry this to the station, will you?" said the young man. "I want to catch the next train to London. You'll have to look sharp. I haven't very much time." End of chapter 6. Book 2, Chapter 7 of Kipps by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. 1. London was Kipps' third world. There were no doubt other worlds, but Kipps knew only these three. Firstly, New Romney and the Emporium, constituting his primary world, his world of origin, which also contained Ann. Secondly, the world of culture and refinement, the world of which Coote was chaperone and into which Kipps was presently to marry, a world it was fast becoming evident absolutely incompatible with the first. And thirdly, a world still to a large extent unexplored, London. London presented itself as a place of great grey spaces and incredible multitudes of people, centring about Charing Cross Station and the Royal Grand Hotel, and containing at unexpected arbitrary points shops of the most amazing sort, statuary, squares, restaurants, where it was possible for clever people like Walshingham to order a lunch item by item, to the waiter's evident respect and sympathy. Exhibitions of incredible things, the Walshinghams had taken him to the Arts and Crafts and to a picture gallery, and theatres. London, moreover, is rendered habitable by hansom cabs. Young Walshingham was a natural cab taker. He was an all round, large-minded young man, and he had, in the course of their 2 days' stay, taken Kipps into no less than 9, so that Kipps was singularly not afraid of these vehicles. He knew that wherever you were, so soon as you were thoroughly lost, you said "Hi" to a cab, and then "Royal Grand Hotel." Day and night these trusty conveyances are returning the strayed Londoner back to his point of departure, and were it not for their activity, in a little while the whole population, so vast and incomprehensible is the intricate complexity of this great city, would be hopelessly lost for ever. At any rate, that is how the thing presented itself to Kipps, and I have heard much the same from visitors from America. His train was composed of corridor carriages, and he forgot his trouble for a time in the wonders of this modern substitute for railway compartments. He went from the non-smoking to the smoking carriage, and smoked a cigarette, and strayed from his second-class carriage to a first, and back. But presently black hair got aboard the train and came and sat beside him. The exhilaration of escape had evaporated now, and he was presented with a terrible picture of his aunt and uncle arriving at his lodgings and finding him fled. He had left a hasty message that he was called away suddenly on business, very important business, and they were to be sumptuously entertained. His immediate motive had been his passionate dread of an encounter between these excellent but unrefined old people and the Walshinghams. But now that end was secured, he could see how thwarted and exasperated they would be. How to explain to them? He ought never to have written to tell them. He ought to have got married and told them afterwards. He ought to have consulted Helen. "Promise me," she had said. "Oh, dash!" said Kipps, and got up and walked back into the smoking car and began to consume cigarettes. Suppose, after all, they found out the Walshinghams' address and went there? At Charing Cross, however, there were distractions again. He took a cab in an entirely Walshingham manner, and was pleased to note the enhanced respect of the cabman when he mentioned the Royal Grand. He followed Walshingham's routine on their previous visit with perfect success. They were very nice in the office, and gave him an excellent room at 14 shillings the night. He went up and spent a considerable time in examining the furniture of his room, scrutinising himself in its various mirrors, and sitting on the edge of the bed, whistling. It was a vast and splendid apartment, and cheap at 14 shillings. But finding the figure of Ann inclined to resume possession of his mind, he roused himself and descended by the staircase after a momentary hesitation before the lift. He had thought of lunch, but he drifted into the great drawing room and read a guide to the hotels of Europe for a space, until a doubt whether he was entitled to use this palatial apartment without extra charge arose in his mind. He would have liked something to eat very much now, but his inbred terror of the table was very strong. He did at last get by a porter in uniform towards the dining room, but at the sight of a number of waiters and tables, with remarkable complications of knives and glasses, terror seized him, and he backed out again, with a mumbled remark to the waiter in the doorway about this not being the way. He hovered in the hall and lounge until he thought the presiding porter regarded him with suspicion, and then went up to his room again by the staircase, got his hat and umbrella, and struck boldly across the courtyard. He would go to a restaurant instead. He had a moment of elation in the gateway. He felt all the Strand must notice him as he emerged through the great gate of the hotel. "One of these here rich swells," they would say. "Don't they do it just?" A cabman touched his hat. "No fear," said Kipps pleasantly. Then he remembered he was hungry again. Yet he decided he was in no great hurry for lunch in spite of an internal protest, and turned eastward along the Strand in a leisurely manner. He tried to find a place to suit him soon enough. He tried to remember the sort of things Walshingham had ordered. Before all these things he didn't want to go into a place and look a fool. Some of these places look you dreadful, besides making fun of you. There was a place near Essex Street where there was a window brightly full of chops, tomatoes and lettuce. He stopped at this and reflected for a time, and then it occurred to him that you were expected to buy these things raw and cook them at home. Anyhow, there was sufficient doubt in the matter to stop him. He drifted on to a neat window with champagne bottles, a dish of asparagus, and a framed menu of a 2-shilling lunch. He was about to enter when fortunately he perceived two waiters looking at him over the back screen of the window with a most ironical expression, and he sheered off at once. There was a wonderful smell of hot food halfway down Fleet Street, and a nice looking tavern with several doors, but he could not decide which door. His nerve was going under the strain. He hesitated at Farringdon Street and drifted up to St. Paul's and round the churchyard, full chiefly of dead bargains in the shop windows, to Cheapside. But now Kipps was getting demoralised, and each house of refreshment seemed to promise still more complicated obstacles to food. He didn't know how you went in and what was the correct thing to do with your hat. He didn't know what you said to the waiter or what you called the different things. He was convinced absolutely he would fumble, as Shalford would have said, and look like a fool. Somebody might laugh at him. The hungrier he got, the more unendurable was the thought that anyone should laugh at him. For a time he considered an extraordinary expedient to account for his ignorance. He would go in and pretend to be a foreigner and not know English. Then they might understand. Presently he had drifted into a part of London where there did not seem to be any refreshment places at all. "Oh, dash!" said Kipps in a sort of agony of indecisiveness. "The very next place I see and I go." The next place was a fried fish shop in a little side street, where there were also sausages on a gas-lit grill. He would have gone in, but suddenly a new scruple came to him, that he was too well dressed for the company he could see dimly through the steam sitting at the counter and eating with a sort of nonchalant speed. 2 He was half-minded to resort to a hansom and brave the terrors of the dining room of the Royal Grand. They wouldn't know why he had gone out really, when the only person he knew in London appeared, as the only person one does know will do in London, and slapped him on the shoulder. Kipps was hovering at a window at a few yards from the fish shop, pretending to examine some really strikingly cheap pink baby linen, and trying to settle finally about those sausages. "Hello, Kipps!" cried Sid. "Spending the millions?" Kipps turned and was glad to perceive no lingering vestige of the chagrin that had been so painful at New Romney. Sid looked grave and important, and he wore a quite new silk hat that gave a commercial touch to a generally socialistic costume. For a moment the sight of Sid uplifted Kipps wonderfully. He saw him as a friend and helper, and only presently did it come clearly into his mind that this was the brother of Ann. He made amiable noises. "I've just been up this way," Sid explained, "buying a second-hand 'namelling stove. I'm going to 'namel myself." "Lor'!" said Kipps. "Yes, do me lot of good. Let the customer choose his colour, see? What brings you up?" Kipps had a momentary vision of his foiled uncle and aunt. "Just a bit of a change," he said. Sid came to a swift decision. "Come down to my little show. I got someone I'd like to see talking to you." Even then Kipps did not think of Ann in this connection. "Well," he said, trying to invent an excuse on the spur of the moment. "Fact is," he explained, "I was just looking around to get a bit of lunch." "Dinner we call it," said Sid, "but that's all right. You can't get anything to eat hereabout. If you're not too 'aughty to do a bit of slumming, there's some mutton spoiling for me now." The word mutton affected Kipps greatly. "It won't take us half an hour," said Sid, and Kipps was carried. He discovered another means of London locomotion in the Underground Railway, and recovered his self-possession in that interest. "You don't mind going third?" asked Sid, and Kipps said, "Not a bit of it." They were silent in the train for a time, on account of strangers in the carriage, and then Sid began to explain who it was that he wanted Kipps to meet. "It's a chap named Masterman. Do you no end of good. He occupies our first floor front room, you know. It isn't so much gain as I let us company. We don't want the whole house. And another, I knew the man before. Met him at our Sociological, and after a bit he said he wasn't comfortable where he was. That's how it came about. He's a first class chap, first class. Science, you should see his books. Properly he's a sort of journalist. He's written a lot of things, but he's been too ill lately to do very much. Poetry he's written, all sorts. He writes for the Commonwealth sometimes, and sometimes he reviews books. He's got heaps of books, heaps. Besides selling a lot. He knows a regular lot of people and all sorts of things. He's been a dentist, and he's a qualified chemist, and I seen him often reading German and French. Taught himself. He was here." Sid indicated South Kensington, which had come opportunely outside the carriage windows, with a nod of his head. 3 years, studying science. But you'll see him. When he really gets to talking, he pours it out." "Ah," said Kipps, nodding sympathetically, with his 2 hands on his umbrella knob. "He'll do big things some day," said Sid. "He's written a book on science already. Physiography it's called. Elementary Physiography. Some day he'll write an advanced, when he gets time." He let this soak into Kipps. "I can't introduce you to lords and swells," he went on, "but I can show you a famous man that's going to be. I can do that. Leastways, unless " Sid hesitated. "He's got a frightful cough," he said. "He won't care to talk with me," weighed Kipps. "That's all right. He won't mind. He's fond of talking." "He'd talk to anyone," said Sid reassuringly, and added a perplexing bit of Londonized Latin. "He doesn't pute anything non alienum, you know." "I know," said Kipps intelligently, over his umbrella knob, though of course that was altogether untrue. 3 Kipps found Sid's shop a practical looking establishment, stocked with the most remarkable collection of bicycles and pieces of bicycle that he had ever beheld. "My hiring stock," said Sid, with a wave to this ironmongery, "and there's the best machine at democratic price in London, the Red Flag, built by me. See?" He indicated a graceful grey brown framework in the window. "And there's my stock of accessories, store prices. Going for motors a bit," added Sid. "Mutton?" said Kipps, not hearing him distinctly. "Motors, I said. However, mutton department here." And he opened a door that had a curtain guarded window in its upper panel to reveal a little room with red walls and green furniture, with a white cloth table and the generous promise of a meal. "Fanny!" he shouted. "Here's Art Kipps." A bright eyed young woman of 5 or 26 in a pink print appeared, a little flushed from cooking, and wiped her hand on an apron and shook hands and smiled, and said it would all be ready in a minute. She went on to say she had heard of Kipps and his luck, and meanwhile Sid vanished to draw the beer, and returned with 2 glasses for himself and Kipps. "Drink that," said Sid, and Kipps felt all the better for it. "I give Mr. Masterman his upstairs an hour ago," said Mrs. Sid. "I didn't think he ought to wait." A rapid succession of brisk movements on the part of everyone, and they were all four at dinner, the fourth person being Master Walt Whitman Pornick, a cheerful young gentleman of 1½ who was given a spoon to hammer on the table with to keep him quiet, and who got Kipps right at the first effort and kept it all through the meal, combining it first with his previous acquisition and then that. "Peacock Kipps," said Master Walt, at which there was great laughter, and also "More mutton, Kipps." "He's a regular oner," said Mrs. Sid, "for catching up words. You can't say a word but what he's on to it." There were no serviettes and less ceremony, and Kipps thought he had never enjoyed a meal so much. Everyone was a little excited by the meeting and chatting and disposed to laugh, and things went off easily from the very beginning. If there was a pause, Master Walt filled it in. Mrs. Sid, who tempered her enormous admiration for Sid's intellect and his socialism and his severe business methods by a motherly sense of her sex and seniority, spoke of them both as "you boys," and dilated, when she was not urging Kipps to have some more of this or that, on the disparity between herself and her husband. "Shouldn't have thought there was a year between you," said Kipps. "You seem just a match." "I'm his match anyhow," said Mrs. Sid, and no epigram of young Walshingham's was ever better received. "Match," said young Walt, coming in on the trail of the joke and getting a round for himself. Any sense of superior fortune had long vanished from Kipps' mind, and he found himself looking at host and hostess with enormous respect. Really old Sid was a wonderful chap, here in his own house at 22, carving his own mutton and lording it over wife and child, no legacies needed by him. And Mrs. Sid, so kind and bright and hearty, and the child, old Sid's child. Old Sid had jumped round a bit. It needed that sense of his fortune at the back of his mind to keep Kipps from feeling abject. He resolved he'd buy young Walt something tremendous in toys at the first opportunity. "Drop more beer, Art? Right you are, old man. Cut Mr. Kipps a bit more bread, Sid. Can't I pass you a bit?" Sid was all right, Sid was, and there was no mistake about that. It was growing up in his mind that Sid was the brother of Ann, but he said nothing about her for excellent reasons. After all, because he remembered Sid's irritation at her name when they had met in New Romney seemed to show a certain separation. They didn't tell each other much. He didn't know how things might be between Ann and Sid either. Still, for all that, Sid was Ann's brother. The furniture of the room did not assert itself very much above the cheerful business at the table, but Kipps was impressed with the idea that it was pretty. There was a dresser at the end with a number of gay plates and a mug or so, a Labour Day poster by Walter Crane on the wall, and through the glass and over the blind of the shop door one had a glimpse of the bright coloured advertisement cards of bicycle dealers, and a shelf full of boxes labelled the Paragon Bell, the Scareham Bell, and the Patent Omni Horn. It seemed incredible that he had been in Folkestone that morning, and even now his aunt and uncle... Brrr! It didn't do to think of his aunt and uncle. 4 When Sid repeated his invitation to come and see Masterman, Kipps, now flushed with beer and Irish stew, said he didn't mind if he did, and after a preliminary shout from Sid that was answered by a voice and a cough, the two went upstairs. "Masterman's a rare one," said Sid over his arm and in an undertone. "You should hear him speak at a meeting. If he's in form, that is." He rapped and went into a large untidy room. "This is Kipps," he said. "You know, the chap I told you of. With 1200 a year." Masterman sat gnawing at an empty pipe and as close to the fire as though it was alight and the season midwinter. Kipps concentrated upon him for a space, and only later took in something of the frowsy furniture, the little bed half behind, and evidently supposed to be wholly behind, a careless screen, the spittoon by the fender, the remains of a dinner on the chest of drawers, and the scattered books and papers. Masterman's face showed him a man of 40 or more, with curious hollows at the side of his forehead and about his eyes. His eyes were very bright, there was a spot of red in his cheeks, and the wiry black moustache under his short red nose had been trimmed with scissors into a sort of brush along his upper lip. His teeth were darkened ruins, his jacket collar was turned up about a knitted white neck wrap, and his sleeves betrayed no cuffs. He did not rise to greet Kipps, but held out a thin-wristed hand and pointed with the other to a bedroom arm-chair. "Glad to see you," he said. "Sit down and make yourself at home. Will you smoke?" Kipps said he would, and produced his store. He was about to take one, and then, with a civil afterthought, handed the packet first to Masterman and Sid. Masterman pretended surprise to find his pipe out before he took one. There was an interlude of matches. Sid pushed the end of the screen out of his way, sat down on the bed, thus frankly admitted, and prepared with a certain quiet satisfaction of manner to witness Masterman's treatment of Kipps. "And how does it feel to have 1,200 a year?" asked Masterman, holding his cigarette to his nose tip in a curious manner. "It's rum," confided Kipps after a reflective interval. "It feels juiced rum." "I never felt it," said Masterman. "It takes a bit of getting into," said Kipps, "I can tell you that." Masterman smoked and regarded Kipps with curious eyes. "I expect it does," he said presently. "And has it made you perfectly happy?" he asked abruptly. "I couldn't hardly say that," said Kipps. Masterman smiled. "No," he said. "Has it made you much happier?" "It did at first." "Yes, but you got used to it. How long, for example, did the real delirious excitement last?" "Oh, that perhaps a week," said Kipps. Masterman nodded his head. "That's what discourages me from amassing wealth," he said to Sid. "You adjust yourself. It doesn't last. I've always had an inkling of that, and it's interesting to get it confirmed. I shall go on sponging for a bit longer on you, I think." "You don't," said Sid. "No fear." £24,000, said Masterman, and blew a cloud of smoke. "Lord, doesn't it worry you?" "It's a bit worrying at times. Things happen." "Going to marry?" "Yes." "Hum. Lady, I guess, of a superior social position." "Rather," said Kipps. "Cousin to the Earl of Beaupres." Masterman readjusted his long body with an air of having accumulated all the facts he needed. He snuggled his shoulder blades down into the chair and raised his angular knees. "I doubt," he said, flicking cigarette ash into the atmosphere, "if any great gain or loss of money does, as things are at present, make more than the slightest difference in one's happiness. It ought to. If money was what it ought to be, the token for given service, one ought to get an increase in power and happiness for every pound one got. But the plain fact is the times are out of joint. And money, like everything else, is a deception and a disappointment." He turned his face to Kipps and enforced his next words with the index finger of his lean, lank hand. "If I thought otherwise," he said, "I should exert myself to get some. But if one sees things clearly, one is so discouraged, so confoundedly discouraged. When you first got your money, you thought that it meant you might buy just anything you fancied?" "I was a bit that way," said Kipps. "And you found that you couldn't. You found that for all sorts of things it was a question of where to buy and how to buy, and what you didn't know how to buy with your money, straight away this world planted something else upon you." "I got rather done over a banjo first day," said Kipps. "Leastways, my uncle says." "Exactly," said Masterman. Sid began to speak from the bed. "That's all very well, Masterman," he said, "but after all, money is power, you know. You can do all sorts of things." "I'm talking of happiness," said Masterman. "You can do all sorts of things with a loaded gun in the Hammersmith Broadway, but nothing practically that will make you or anyone else very happy. Nothing. Power's a different matter altogether. As for happiness, you want a world in order before money or property, or any of those things that have any real value, and this world, I tell you, is hopelessly out of joint. Man is a social animal with a mind nowadays that goes around the globe, and a community cannot be happy in one part and unhappy in another. It's all or nothing. No patching any more for ever. It is the standing mistake of the world not to understand that. Consequently, people think there is a class or order somewhere, just above them or just below them, or a country or place somewhere that is really safe and happy. The fact is, society is one body, and it is either well or ill. That's the law. This society we live in is ill. It is fractious, feverish, invalid, gouty, greeded and ill-nourished. You can't have a happy left leg with neuralgia, or a happy throat with a broken leg. That's my position, and that's the knowledge you'll come to. I'm so satisfied of it that I sit here and wait for my end quite calmly. Sure that I can't better things by bothering, in my time, and so far as I'm concerned, that is. I'm not even greedy any more. My egotism's at the bottom of a pond, with a philosophical brick around its neck. The world is ill. My time is short, and my strength is small. I am as happy here as anywhere." He coughed, and was silent for a moment, then brought the index finger around to Kipps again. "You have had the opportunity of sampling two grades of society, and you don't find the new people you're among much better or any happier than the old?" "No," said Kipps, reflectively. "No, I haven't seen it quite like that before, but no, they're not. And you might go all up the scale and down the scale and find the same thing. Man's a gregarious beast, and no money will buy you out of your own time, any more than out of your own skill. All the way up and all the way down the scale there's the same discontent. No one is quite sure where they stand, and everyone's fretting. The herd's uneasy and feverish. All the old tradition goes or has gone, and there's no one to make a new tradition. Where are your nobles now? Where are your gentlemen? They vanished directly the peasant found out he wasn't happy, and ceased to be a peasant. There's big men and little men mixed up together, that's all. None of us know where we are. Your cad's in a bank holiday train, and your cad's on a £2,000 motor. Except for a difference in scale, there's not a pin to choose between them. Your smart society's as low and vulgar and uncomfortable for a balanced soul as a gin palace. No more and no less. There's no place or level of honour or fine living left in the world. So what's the good of climbing?" "'Ear, 'ear," said Sid. "It's true," said Kipps. "I don't climb," said Masterman, and accepted Kipps' silent offer of another cigarette. "No," he said, "this world is out of joint. It's broken up, and I doubt if it will heal. I doubt very much if it'll heal. We're in the beginning of the sickness of the world." He rolled his cigarette in his lean fingers and repeated with satisfaction, "The sickness of the world." "It's we got to make it better," said Sid, and looked at Kipps. "Ah, Sid's an optimist," said Masterman. "So are you most times," said Sid. Kipps lit another cigarette with an air of intelligent participation. "Frankly," said Masterman, recrossing his legs and expelling a jet of smoke luxuriously, "frankly, I think this civilisation of ours is on the topple." "There's socialism," said Sid. "There's no imagination to make use of it." "We've got to make one," said Sid. "In a couple of centuries perhaps," said Masterman. "But meanwhile we're going to have a pretty acute attack of confusion. Universal confusion, like one of those crushes when men are killed and maimed for no reason at all, going into a meeting or crowding for a train. Commercial and industrial stresses. Political exploitation. Tariff wars. Revolutions. All the bloodshed that will come of some fools calling half the white world yellow. These things alter the attitude of everybody to everybody. Everybody's going to feel them. Every fool in the world panting and shoving. We're all going to be as happy and comfortable as a household during a removal. What else can we expect?" Kipps was moved to speak, but not in an answer to Masterman's inquiry. "I've never really got the hang of this socialism," he said. "What's it going to do, like?" They had been imagining that he had some elementary idea in the matter, but as soon as he had made it clear that he hadn't, Sid plunged at exposition, and in a little while Masterman, abandoning his pose of the detached man ready to die, joined in. At first he joined in only to correct Sid's version, but afterwards he took control. His manner changed. He sat up and rested his elbow on his knees, and his cheek flushed a little. He expanded his case against property and the property class with such vigour that Kipps was completely carried away, and never thought of asking for a clear vision of the thing that would fill the void this abolition might create. For a time he quite forgot his own private opulence, and it was as if something had been lit in Masterman. His languor passed. He enforced his words by gestures of his long thin hands, and as he passed swiftly from point to point of his argument, it was evident he grew angry. "Today," he said, "the world is ruled by rich men. They may do almost anything they like with the world. And what are they doing? Laying it waste." "Hear, hear," said Sid very sternly. Masterman stood up, gaunt and long, thrust his hands in his pockets and turned his back to the fireplace. "Collectively, the rich today have neither heart nor imagination. No. They own machinery. They have knowledge and instruments and powers beyond all previous dreaming. And what are they doing with them? Think what they're doing with them, Kipps, and think what they might do. God gives them a power like the motor car, and all they can do with it is to go careering about the roads in goggled masks, killing children and making machinery hateful to the soul of man." "True," said Sid, "true. God gives them means of communication, power unparalleled of every sort, time and absolute liberty. They waste it all in folly. Here under their feet," and Kipps's eyes followed the direction of a lean index finger to the hearthrug, "under their accursed wheels, the great mass of men festers and breeds in darkness, darkness those others make by standing in the light. The darkness breeds and breeds. It knows no better. Unless you can crawl or pander or rob, you must stay in the stew you were born in. And those rich beasts above claw and clutch as though they had nothing. They grudge us our schools. They grudge us a gleam of light and air. They cheat us, and then seek to forget us. There is no rule, no guidance, only accidents and happy flukes. Our multitudes of poverty increase, and this crew of rulers makes no provision, foresees nothing, anticipates nothing." He paused and made a step and stood over Kipps in a white heat of anger. Kipps nodded in a non-committal manner and looked hard and rather gloomily at his host's slipper as he talked. "It isn't as though they had something to show for the waste they make of us, Kipps. They haven't. They are ugly and cowardly and mean. Look at their women, painted, dyed and drugged, hiding their ugly shapes under a load of dress. There isn't a woman in the swim of society at the present time wouldn't sell herself, body and soul, who wouldn't lick the boots of a Jew or marry a nigger rather than live decently on 100 a year. And what would it be well for you and me? They know it. They know we know it. No one believes in them. No one believes in nobility any more. Nobody believes in kingship any more. Nobody believes there is justice in the law. But people have habits. People go on in the old grooves as long as there's work, as long as there's a weekly money. It won't last, Kipps." He coughed and paused. "Wait for the lean years," he cried. "Wait for the lean years." And then suddenly he fell into a struggle with his cough and spat a gout of blood. "It's nothing," he said to Kipps' note of startled horror. He went on talking, and the protests of his cough interlaced with his words, and Sid beamed in an ecstasy of painful admiration. "Look at the fraud they've let life become. The miserable mockery of the hope of one's youth. What have I had? I found myself at 13 being forced into a factory like a rabbit into a chloroform box. 13. when their children are babies. But even a child of that age could see what it meant, that hell of a factory, monotony and toil and contempt and dishonour, and then death. So I fought at 13. Minton's "crawling up a drain pipe until you die" echoed in Kipps's mind, but Masterman, instead of Minton's growl, spoke in a high, indignant tenor. "I got out at last somehow," he said quietly, suddenly plumping back in his chair. He went on after a pause. "For a bit. Some of us get out by luck, some by cunning, and crawl on to the grass, exhausted and crippled, to die. That's a poor man's success, Kipps. Most of us don't get out at all. I worked all day and studied half the night, and here I am with the common consequences. Beaten. And never once have I had a fair chance. Never once." His lean, clenched fist flew out in a gust of tremulous anger. "These skunks shut up all the university scholarships at 19 for fear of men like me. And then do nothing. We're wasted for nothing. By the time I've learnt something the doors were locked. I thought knowledge would do it. I did think that. I've fought for knowledge as other men fight for bread. I've starved for knowledge. I've turned my back on women, and I've done even that. I've burst my accursed lung." His voice rose with impotent anger. "I'm a better man than any 10 princes alive. And I'm beaten and wasted. I've been crushed, trampled and defiled by a drove of hogs. I'm no use to myself or the world. I've thrown my life away to make myself too good for use in this huckster's scramble. If I had gone in for business, if I had gone in for plotting to cheat my fellow men, well, it's too late. It's too late for that anyhow. It's too late for anything now. And I couldn't have done it. And over in New York now there's a pet of society making a corner in wheat. By God!" he cried hoarsely, with a clutch of the lean hand. "By God, if I had his throat, even now I might do something for the world." He glared at Kipps, his face flushed deep, his sunken eyes glowing with passion, and then suddenly he changed altogether. There was a sound of tea things rattling upon a tray outside the door, and Sid rose to open it. "All of which amounts to this," said Masterman, suddenly quiet and again talking against time. "The world is out of joint, and there isn't a soul alive who isn't half waste or more. You'll find it the same with you in the end, wherever your luck may take you. I suppose you won't mind my having another cigarette?" He took Kipps' cigarette with a hand that trembled so violently it almost missed its object, and stood up with something of guilt in his manner as Mrs. Sid came into the room. Her eye met his and marked the flush upon his face. "Been talking socialism?" said Mrs. Sid, a little severely. 5 6 o'clock that day found Kipps drifting eastward along the southward margin of Rotten Row. You figure him a small, respectably attired figure going slowly through a sometimes immensely difficult and always immense world. At times he becomes pensive and whistles softly. At times he looks about him. There are few riders in the Row. A carriage flashes by every now and then along the roadway, and among the great rhododendrons and laurels and upon the greensward there are a few groups and isolated people dressed in the style Kipps adopted to call upon the Walshinghams when first he was engaged. Amid the complicated confusion of Kipps' mind was a regret that he had not worn his other things. Presently he perceived that he would like to sit down. A green chair tempted him. He hesitated at it, took possession of it, and leant back and crossed one leg over the other. He rubbed his under lip with his umbrella handle and reflected upon Masterman and his denunciation of the world. "Bit off his head, poor chap," said Kipps, and added, "I wonder." He thought intently for a space. "I wonder what he meant by the lean years." The world seemed a very solid and prosperous concern just here, and well out of reach of Masterman's dying clutch, and yet it was curious he should have been reminded of Minton. His mind turned to a far more important matter. Just at the end Sid had said to him, "Seen Ann?" And as he was about to answer, "You'll see a bit more of her now. She's got a place in Folkestone," it had brought him back from any concern about the world being out of joint or anything of that sort. Ann! One might run against her any day. He tugged at his little moustache. He would like to run against Ann very much. "And it'd be juiced awkward if I did." In Folkestone! It was a jolly sight too close. Then at the thought that he might run against Ann in his beautiful evening dress on the way to the band, he fluttered into a momentary dream that jumped abruptly into a nightmare. Suppose he met her when he was out with Helen! "Oh Lor'!" said Kipps. Life had developed a new complication that would go on and go on. For some time he wished with the utmost fervour that he had not kissed Ann, that he had not gone to New Romney the second time. He marvelled at his amazing forgetfulness of Helen on that occasion. Helen took possession of his mind. He would have to write to Helen, an easy off-hand letter, to say that he had come to London for a day or so. He tried to imagine her reading it. He would write just such another letter to the old people, and say he had had to come up on business. That might do for them all right, but Helen was different. She would insist on explanations. He wished he could never go back to Folkestone again. That would settle the whole affair. A passing group attracted his attention, two faultlessly dressed gentlemen and a radiantly expensive lady. They were talking, no doubt, very brilliantly. His eyes followed them. The lady tapped the arm of the left-hand gentleman with a daintily tinted glove. Swells. No end. His soul looked out upon life in general as a very small nestling might peep out of its nest. What an extraordinary thing life was, to be sure, and what a remarkable variety of people there were in it. He lit a cigarette and speculated upon that receding group of three, and blew smoke and watched them. They seemed to do it all right. Probably they all had incomes of very much over £1,200 a year. Perhaps not. Probably none of them suspected as they went past that he too was a gentleman of independent means, dressed as he was, without distinction. Of course things were easier for them. They were brought up always to dress well and do the right thing from their very earliest years. They started clear of all his perplexities. They had never got mixed up with all sorts of different people who didn't go together. If, for example, that lady there got engaged to that gentleman, she would be quite safe from any encounter from a corpulent, osculatory uncle, or Chitterlow, or the dangerously insignificant eye of Pierce. His thoughts came round to Helen. When they were married and Cuyps or Cuyp, Coote had failed to justify his S, and in that West End flat and shaken free of all these low class associations, would he and she parade here of an afternoon, dressed like that? It would be rather fine to do so, if one's dress was all right. Helen! She was difficult to understand at times. He blew extensive clouds of cigarette smoke. There would be teas, there would be dinners, there would be calls. Of course he would get into the way of it. But anagrams were a bit stiff to begin with. It was beastly confusing at first to know when you use your fork at dinner and all that. Still, he felt an extraordinary doubt whether he would get into the way of it. He was interested for a space by a girl and groom on horseback, and then he came back to his personal preoccupations. He would have to write to Helen. What could he say to explain his absence from the anagram tea? She had been pretty clear she wanted him to come. He recalled her resolute face without any great tenderness. He knew he would look like a silly ass at that confounded tea. Suppose he shirked it and went back in time for the dinner. Dinners were beastly difficult too, but not as bad as anagrams. The very first thing that might happen when he got back to Folkestone would be to run against Ann. Suppose after all he did meet Ann when he was with Helen. What queer encounters were possible in the world. Thank goodness they were going to live in London. But that brought him around to Chitterlow. The Chitterlows were coming to London too. If they didn't get money they'd come after it. They weren't the sort of people to be choked off easily, and if they did they'd come to London to produce their play. He tried to imagine some seemly social occasion invaded by Chitterlow and his rhetoric, by his torrential thunder of self assertion, the whole company flattened thereunder like wheat under a hurricane. Confound and hang Chitterlow! Yet somehow, somewhen, one would have to settle accounts with him. And there was Sid. Sid was Ann's brother. He realised with sudden horror the social indiscretion of accepting Sid's invitation to dinner. Sid wasn't the sort of chap one could snub or cut, and besides, Ann's brother. He didn't want to cut him. It would be worse than cutting Buggins and Pierce, a sight worse. And after that lunch! It would be the next thing to cutting Ann herself. And even as to Ann! Suppose he was with Helen or Coote? "Oh, blow!" he said at last, and then viciously, "Blow!" and so rose and flung away his cigarette end, and pursued his reluctant, dubiating way towards the really quite uncongenial splendours of the Royal Grand. And it is vulgarly imagined that to have money is to have no troubles at all. 6 Kipps endured splendour at the Royal Grand Hotel for 3 nights and days, and then he retreated in disorder. The Royal Grand defeated and overcame and routed Kipps, not of intention, but by sheer royal grandeur, grandeur combined with an organisation for his comfort carried to excess. On his return he came upon a difficulty. He had lost his circular piece of cardboard with the number of his room, and he drifted about the hall and passages in a state of perplexity for some time, until he thought all the porters and officials in gold lace caps must be watching him and jesting to one another about him. Finally, in a quiet corner down below the hairdresser's shop, he found a kindly looking personage in bottle green, to whom he broached his difficulty. "I say," he said with a pleasant smile, "I can't find my room nohow." The personage in bottle green, instead of laughing in a nasty way as he might well have done, became extremely helpful, showed Kipps what to do, got his key, and conducted him by lift and passage to his chamber. Kipps tipped him £0.5. Safe in his room, Kipps pulled himself together for dinner. He had learnt enough from young Walshingham to bring his dress clothes, and now he began to assume them. Unfortunately, in the excitement of his flight from his aunt and uncle, he had forgotten to put in his other boots, and he was some time deciding between his purple cloth slippers with a golden marigold and the prospect of cleaning the boots he was wearing with the towel, but finally, being a little footsore, he took the slippers. Afterwards, when he saw the porters and waiters and the other guests catch a sight of the slippers, he was sorry he had not chosen the boots. However, to make up for any want of style at that end, he had his crush hat under his arm. He found the dining room without excessive trouble. It was a vast and splendidly decorated place, and a number of people, evidently quite au fait, were dining there at little tables lit with electric, red-shaded candles, gentlemen in evening dress and ladies with dazzling, astonishing necks. Kipps had never seen evening dress in full vigour before, and he doubted his eyes. And there were also people not in evening dress who, no doubt, wondered what noble family Kipps represented. There was a band in a decorated recess, and the band looked collectively at the purple slippers, and so lost any chance they may have had of a collection, so far as Kipps was concerned. The chief drawback to this magnificent place was the excessive space of floor that had to be crossed before you got your purple slippers hid under a table. He selected a little table, not the one where a rather impudent-looking waiter held a chair, but another, sat down, finding his gibus in his hand, decided after a moment of thought to rise slightly and sit on it. It was discovered in his abandoned chair at a late hour by a supper party, and restored to him next day. He put the napkin carefully on one side, selected his soup without difficulty. "Clear, please." But he was rather floored by the presentation of a quite splendidly bound wine card. He turned it over, discovered a section devoted to whisky, and had a bright idea. "'Ere," he said to the waiter, with an encouraging movement of his head, and then in a confidential manner, "You haven't any old Methuselah 3 stars, have you?" The waiter went away to inquire, and Kipps went on with his soup with an enhanced self-respect. Finally, old Methuselah being unobtainable, he ordered a claret from about the middle of the list. "Let's have some of this," he said. He knew claret was a good sort of wine. "A half bottle," said the waiter. "Right you are," said Kipps. He felt he was getting on. He leant back after his soup, a man of the world, and then slowly brought his eyes around to the ladies in evening dress on his right. He couldn't have thought it. They were scorchers. Just a bit of black velvet over the shoulders. He looked again. One of them was laughing with a glass of wine half raised. Wicked-looking woman she was. The other, the black velvet one, was eating bits of bread with nervous quickness and talking fast. He wished old Buggins could see them. He found a waiter regarding him and blushed deeply. He did not look again for some time and became confused about his knife and fork over the fish. Presently he remarked a lady in pink to the left of him eating the fish with an entirely different implement. It was over the vol au vent that he began to go to pieces. He took a knife to it, then saw the lady in pink was using a fork only, and hastily put down his knife with a considerable amount of rich creaminess on the blade upon the cloth. Then he found that a fork in his inexperienced hand was an instrument of chase rather than capture. His ears became violently red, and then he looked up to discover the lady in pink glancing at him and then smiling as she spoke to the man beside her. He hated the lady in pink very much. He stabbed a large piece of the vol au vent at last, and was too glad of his luck not to take a mouthful of it. But it was an extensive fragment, and pieces escaped him. Shirt front. "Dash it," he said, and had resort to his spoon. His waiter went and spoke to two other waiters, no doubt jeering at him. He became very fierce suddenly. "'Ere," he said, gesticulating, and then, "Clear this away." The entire dinner party on his right, the party of the ladies in advanced evening dress, looked at him. He felt that everyone was watching him and making fun of him, and the injustice of this angered him. After all, they had every advantage he hadn't, and then, when they got him there doing his best, what must they do but glance and sneer and nudge one another? He tried to catch them at it, and then took refuge in a second glass of wine. Suddenly and extraordinarily he found himself a socialist. He did not care how close it was to the lean years when all these things would end. Mutton came with peas. He arrested the hand of the waiter. "No peas," he said. He knew something of the difficulty and danger of eating peas. Then when the peas went away he was embittered again. Echoes of Masterman's burning rhetoric began to reverberate in his mind. Nice lot of people these were to laugh at anyone. Women half undressed. It was that made him so beastly uncomfortable. How could one eat one's dinner with people about him like that? Nice lot they were. He was glad he wasn't one of them, anyhow. Yes, they might look. He resolved if they looked at him again he would ask one of the men who he was staring at. His perturbed and angry face would have concerned anyone. The band, by an unfortunate accident, was playing truculent military music. The mental change Kipps underwent was in its way what psychologists call a conversion. In a few moments all Kipps's ideals were changed. He who had been practically a gentleman, the sedulous pupil of Coote, the punctilious raiser of hats, was instantly a rebel, an outcast, the hater of everything stuck up, the foe of society and the social order of today. Here they were among the prophets of their robbery, these people who might do anything with the world. "No, thanks," he said to a dish. He addressed a scornful eye at the shoulders of the lady to his left. Presently he was refusing another dish. He didn't like it. Fussed up food. Probably cooked by some foreigner. He finished up his wine and his bread. "No, thanks." "No, thanks." He discovered the eye of a diner fixed curiously upon his flushed face. He responded with a glare. Couldn't he go without things if he liked? "What's this?" said Kipps to a great green cone. "Ice," said the waiter. "I'll have some," said Kipps. He seized a fork and spoon and assailed the bomb. It cut rather stiffly. "Come up," said Kipps with concentrated bitterness, and the truncated summit of the bomb flew off suddenly, travelling eastward with remarkable velocity. Flop it went upon the floor a yard away, and for a while time seemed empty. At the adjacent table they were laughing together. Shy the rest of the bomb at them? Flight? At any rate a dignified withdrawal. "No," said Kipps. "No more," arresting the polite attempt of the waiter to serve him with another piece. He had a vague idea he might carry off the affair, as though he had meant the ice to go on the floor, not liking ice for example, and being annoyed at the badness of his dinner. He put both hands on the table, thrust back his chair, disengaged a purple slipper from his napkin and rose. He stepped carefully over the prostrate ice, kicked the napkin under the table, thrust his hands deep into his pockets and marched out, shaking the dust of the place, as it were, from his feet. He left behind him a melting fragment of ice upon the floor, his gibus hat, warm and compressed in his chair, and in addition every social ambition he had ever entertained in the world. 7 Kipps went back to Folkestone in time for the Anagram Tea, but you must not imagine that the change of heart that came to him in the dining room of the Royal Grand Hotel involved any change of attitude towards this promised social and intellectual treat. He went back because the Royal Grand was too much for him. Outwardly calm, or at most a little flushed and ruffled, inwardly Kipps was a horrible, tormented battleground of scruples, doubts, shames and self-assertions during that 3 days of silent, desperate grappling with the big hotel. He did not intend the monstrosity should beat him without a struggle, but at last he had sullenly to admit himself overcome. The odds were terrific. On the one hand himself, with among other things only one pair of boots; on the other a vast wilderness of rooms covering several acres and with over 1,000 people, staff and visitors, all chiefly occupied in looking queerly at Kipps, in laughing at him behind his back, in watching for difficult corners at which to confront and perplex him and inflict humiliations upon him. For example, the hotel scored over its electric light. After the dinner the chambermaid, a hard, unsympathetic young woman with a superior manner, was summoned by a bell Kipps had rung under the impression the button was the electric light switch. "Look here," said Kipps, rubbing a shin that had suffered during his search in the dark, "why aren't there any candles or matches?" The hotel explained and scored heavily. "It isn't everyone is up to these things," said Kipps. "No, it isn't," said the chambermaid with ill-concealed scorn, and slammed the door at him. "S'pose I ought to have tipped her," said Kipps. After that Kipps cleaned his boots with a pocket handkerchief and went for a long walk and got home in a hansom, but the hotel scored again by his not putting out his boots and so having to clean them again in the morning. The hotel also snubbed him by bringing him hot water when he was fully dressed, and looking surprised at his collar, but he got a breakfast, I must admit, with scarcely any difficulty. After that the hotel scored heavily by the fact that there are 24 hours in the day, and Kipps had nothing to do in any of them. He was a little footsore from his previous day's pedestrianism, and he could make up his mind for no long excursions. He flitted in and out of the hotel several times, and it was the polite porter who touched his hat every time that first set Kipps tipping. "What he wants is a tip," said Kipps. So at the next opportunity he gave the man an unexpected shilling, and having once put his hand in his pocket there was no reason why he should not go on. He bought a newspaper at the bookstall and tipped the boy the rest of the shilling, and then went up by the lift and tipped the man a sixpence, leaving his newspaper inadvertently in the lift. He met his chambermaid in the passage and gave her half a crown. He resolved to demonstrate his position to the entire establishment in this way. He didn't like the place, he disapproved of it politically, socially, morally, but he resolved no taint of meanness should disfigure his sojourn in its luxurious halls. He went down by the lift, tipping again, and being accosted by a waiter with his gibus, tipped the finder half a crown. He had a vague sense that he was making a flank movement upon the hotel and buying over its staff. They would regard him as a character. They would get to like him. He found his stock of small silver diminishing, and replenished it at a desk in the hall. He tipped a man in bottle green who looked like the man who had shown him his room the day before, and then he saw a visitor eyeing him and doubted whether he was in this instance doing right. Finally he went out and took chance buses to their destinations, and wandered a little in remote wonderful suburbs and returned. He lunched at a chop house in Islington, and found himself back in the Royal Grand, now unmistakably footsore and London weary, about 3. He was drawn towards the drawing room by a neat placard about afternoon tea. It occurred to him that the campaign of tipping upon which he had embarked was perhaps after all a mistake. He was confirmed in this by observing that the hotel officials were watching him, not respectfully, but with a sort of amused wonder, as if to see whom he would tip next. However, if he backed out now, they would think him an awful fool. Every one wasn't so rich as he was. It was his way to tip. Still. He grew more certain the hotel had scored again. He pretended to be lost in thought, and so drifted by, and having put his hat and umbrella in the cloakroom, went into the drawing room for afternoon tea. There he did get what for a time he held to be a point in his favour. The room was large and quiet at first, and he sat back restfully until it occurred to him that his attitude brought his extremely dusty boots too prominently into the light. So instead he sat up, and then people of the upper and upper middle classes began to come and group themselves about him and have tea likewise, and so revive the class animosities of the previous day. Presently a fluffy, fair-haired lady came into prominent existence a few yards away. She was talking to a respectful, low-voiced clergyman whom she was possibly entertaining at tea. "No," she said, "dear Lady Jane wouldn't like that." Mumble, 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 from the clergyman. "Poor dear Lady Jane was always so sensitive," the voice of the lady sang out, clear and emphatic. A fat, hairless, important-looking man joined this group, took a chair and planted it firmly with its back in the face of Kipps, a thing that offended Kipps mightily. "Aren't you telling him," gurgled the fat, hairless man, "about dear Lady Jane's affliction?" A young couple, lady brilliantly attired and the man in a magnificently cut frock coat, arranged themselves to the right, also with an air of exclusion towards Kipps. "I've told him," said the gentleman in a flat, abundant voice. "My!" said the young lady with an American smile. No doubt they all thought Kipps was out of it. A great desire to assert himself in some way surged up in his heart. He felt he would like to cut in on the conversation in some dramatic way. A monologue something in the manner of Masterman? At any rate, abandoning that as impossible, he would like to appear self-centred and at ease. His eyes, wandering over the black surfaces of a noble architectural mass close by, discovered a slot, an enamelled plaque of directions. It was some sort of musical box. As a matter of fact, it was the very best sort of harmonicon, and specially made to the scale of the hotel. He scrutinised the plaque with his head at various angles and glanced about him at his neighbours. It occurred to Kipps that he would like some music, that to inaugurate some would show him a man of taste and at his ease at the same time. He rose, read over a list of tunes, selected one haphazard, pressed his sixpence (it was sixpence) home, and prepared for a confidential, refined little melody. Considering the high social tone of the Royal Grand, it was really a very loud instrument indeed. It gave vent to 3 deafening brays and so burst the dam of silence that had long pent it in. It seemed to be chiefly full of the great uncles of trumpets, megalo trombones and railway brakes. It made sounds like shunting trains. It did not so much begin as blow up your counterscarp or rush forward to storm under cover of melodious shrapnel. It had not so much an air as a ricochet. The music had, in short, the inimitable quality of Sousa. It swept down upon the friend of Lady Jane and carried away something socially striking into the eternal night of the unheard. The American girl to the left of it was borne shrieking into the inaudible. "Hi, cockalorum, tootle, 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 loo. Hi, cockalorum, tootle, tootle, loo, bump, 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 bump. Joyous, exorbitant music it was, from the gigantic nursery of the future, bearing the hearer along upon its torrential succession of sounds, as if he was in a cask on Niagara. Whirro, yar and have at you, the strenuous life, yaha, stop, a reprieve, no, bang, bump. Everybody looked around, conversation ceased and gave place to gestures. The friend of Lady Jane became terribly agitated. "Can't it be stopped?" she vociferated, pointing a gloved finger and saying something to the waiter about "that dreadful young man." "Ought not to be working," said the clerical friend of Lady Jane. The waiter shook his head at the fat, hairless gentleman. People began to move away. Kipps leant back luxurious, and then tapped with half a crown to pay. He paid, tipped like a gentleman, rose with an easy gesture and strolled towards the door. His retreat evidently completed the indignation of the friend of Lady Jane, and from the door he could still discern her gestures as asking, "Can't it be stopped?" The music followed him into the passage and pursued him to the lift, and only died away completely in the quiet of his own room, and afterwards from his window he saw the friend of Lady Jane and her party having their tea carried out to a little table in the court. Bump, 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 floated up to him, and certainly that was a point to him, but it was his only score. All the rest of the game lay in the hands of the upper classes and the big hotel. And presently he was doubting whether even this was really a point. It seemed a trifle vulgar, come to think it over, to interrupt people when they were talking. He saw a clerk peering at him from the office, and suddenly it occurred to him that the place might get back at him tremendously over the bill. They would probably take it out of him by charging pounds and pounds. Suppose they charged more than he had? The clerk had a particularly nasty face, just the face to take advantage of a vacillating Kipps. He became aware of a man in a cap touching it, and produced his shilling automatically. But the strain was beginning to tell. It was a deuce and all of an expense, this tipping. If the hotel chose to stick it on to the bill something tremendous, what was Kipps to do? Refuse to pay? Make a row? If he did, he couldn't fight all those men in bottle green. He went out about 7 and walked for a long time, and dined at last upon a chop in the Euston Road. Then he walked along to the Edgware Road, and sat and rested in the Metropolitan Music Hall for a time, until a trapeze performance unnerved him, and finally he came back to bed. He tipped the liftman 6pence and wished him good night. In the silent watches of the night he reviewed the tale of the day's tipping, went over the horrors of the previous night's dinner, and heard again the triumphant bray of the harmonicon devil released from its long imprisonment. Everyone would be told about him to-morrow. He couldn't go on. He admitted his defeat. Never in their whole lives had any of these people seen such a fool as he. Ugh! His method of announcing his withdrawal to the clerk was touched with bitterness. "I'm going to get out of this," said Kipps, blowing windily. "Let's see what you got on my bill." "One breakfast?" asked the clerk. "Do I look as if I ate two?" At his departure Kipps, with a hot face, convulsive gestures and an embittered heart, tipped every one who did not promptly and actively resist, including an absent-minded South African diamond merchant who was waiting in the hall for his wife and succumbed to the old habit. He paid his cabman a 4-shilling piece at Charing Cross, having no smaller change, and wished he could burn him alive. Then, in a sudden reaction of economy, he refused the proffered help of a porter and carried his bag quite violently to the train. End of chapter 7. Book 2, Chapter 8 of Kipps by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. 1. Submission to inexorable fate took Kipps to the Anagram Tea. At any rate he would meet Helen there in the presence of other people, and be able to carry off the worst of the difficulty of explaining his little jaunt to London. He had not seen her since his last portentous visit to New Romney. He was engaged to her. He would have to marry her, and the sooner he faced her again the better. Before wild plans of turning socialist, defying the world and repudiating all calling for ever, his heart, on second thoughts, sank. He felt Helen would never permit anything of the sort. As for the anagrams, he could do no more than his best, and that he was resolved to do. What had happened at the Royal Grand, what had happened at New Romney, he must bury in his memory and begin again at the reconstruction of his social position. Ann, Buggins, Chitterlow, all these, seen in the matter-of-fact light of the Folkestone train, stood just as they stood before, people of an inferior social position who had to be eliminated from his world. It was a bother about Ann, a bother and a pity. His mind rested so for a space on Ann, until the memory of these anagrams drew him away. If he could see Coote that evening, he might, he thought, be able to arrange some sort of connivance about the anagrams, and his mind was chiefly busy sketching proposals for such an arrangement. It would not, of course, be ungentlemanly cheating, but only a little mystification. Coote very probably might drop him a hint of the solution of one or two of the things, not enough to win a prize, but enough to cover his shame. Or failing that, he might take a humorous quizzical line and pretend he was pretending to be very stupid. There were plenty of ways out of it if one kept a sharp look-out. The costume Kipps wore to the anagram tea was designed as a compromise between the strict letter of high fashion and seaside laxity, a sort of easy semi-state for afternoon. Helen's first reproof had always lingered in his mind. He wore a frock coat, but mitigated it by a Panama hat of romantic shape with a black band, grey gloves, but for relaxation brown button boots. The only other man besides the clergy present, a new doctor with an attractive wife, was in full afternoon dress. Coote was not there. Kipps was a little pale, but quite self-possessed as he approached Mrs. Bindon Botting's door. He took a turn while some people went in, and then faced it manfully. The door opened and revealed Ann. In the background, through a draped doorway, behind a big fern in a great art pot, the elder Miss Botting was visible talking to two guests. The auditory background was a froth of feminine voices. Our two young people were much too amazed to give one another any formula of greeting, though they had parted warmly enough. Each was already in a state of extreme tension to meet the demands of this great and unprecedented occasion of an anagram tea. "Law!" said Ann, her sole remark, and then the sense of Miss Botting's eye ruled her straight again. She became very pale, but she took his hat mechanically, and he was already removing his gloves. "Ann," he said in a low tone, and then, "Fancy!" The eldest Miss Botting knew Kipps was a sort of guest who requires nursing, and she came forward, vocalising charm. She said it was "awfully jolly of him to come, awfully jolly. It was awfully difficult to get any good men." She handed Kipps forward, mumbling in a dazed condition, to the drawing room, and there he encountered Helen looking unfamiliar in an unfamiliar hat. It was as if he had not met her for years. She astonished him. She didn't seem to mind in the least his going to London. She held out a shapely hand and smiled encouragingly. "You've faced the anagrams?" she said. The second Miss Botting accosted them, a number of oblong pieces of paper in her hand, mysteriously inscribed. "Take an anagram," she said. "Take an anagram," and boldly pinned one of these brief documents to Kipps' lapel. The letters were CYPSHI, Sipshi, and Kipps from the very beginning suspected this was an anagram for Cowps. She also left a thing like a long dance programme, from which dangled a little pencil in his hand. He found himself being introduced to people, and then he was in a corner with a short lady in a big bonnet, who was pelting him with gritty little bits of small talk that were gone before you could take hold of them and reply. "Very hot," said this lady. "Very hot indeed. Hot all the summer." Remarkable year. All the year's remarkable now. Don't know what we're coming to. Don't you think so, Mr. Kipps?" "Oh, rather," said Kipps, and wondered if Ann was still in the hall. Ann! He ought not to have stared at her like a stuck fish and pretended not to know her. That couldn't be right. But what was right? The lady in the big bonnet proceeded to a second discharge. "Hope you're fond of anagrams, Mr. Kipps. Difficult exercise. Still one must do something to bring people together. Better than Ludo, anyhow. Don't you think so, Mr. Kipps?" Ann fluttered past the open door. Her eyes met his in amazed inquiry. Something had got dislocated in the world for both of them. He ought to have told her he was engaged. He ought to have explained things to her. Perhaps even now he might be able to drop her a hint. "Don't you think so, Mr. Kipps?" "Oh, rather," said Kipps for the third time. A lady with a tired smile, who was labelled conspicuously Wogdelenk, drifted towards Kipps' interlocutor, and the two fell into conversation. Kipps found himself socially aground. He looked about him. Helen was talking to a curate and laughing. Kipps was overcome by a vague desire to speak to Ann. He was for sidling doorward. "What are you, please?" said an extraordinary bold tall girl, and arrested him while she took down Sipshi. "I'm sure I don't know what it means," she explained. "I'm Sir Bub. Don't you think anagrams are something chronic?" Kipps made stockish noises, and the young lady suddenly became the nucleus of a party of excited friends who were forming a syndicate to guess, and barred his escape. She took no further notice of him. He found himself jammed against an occasional table and listening to the conversation of Mrs. Wogdelenk and his lady with the big bonnet. "She packed her two beauties off together," said the lady in the big bonnet. "Time enough too. Don't think much of this girl she's got as housemaid now. Pretty, of course, but there's no occasion for a housemaid to be pretty, none whatever. And she doesn't look particularly up to her work either. Kind of mazed expression." "You never can tell," said the lady labelled Wogdelenk. "You never can tell. My wretches are big enough, heaven knows. And do they work? Not a bit of it." Kipps felt dreadfully out of it with regard to all these people, and dreadfully in it with Ann. He scanned the back of the big bonnet and concluded it was an extremely ugly bonnet indeed. It got jerking forward as each short dry sentence was snapped off at the end, and a plume of osprey on it jerked excessively. "She hasn't guessed even one!" followed by a shriek of girlish merriment, came from the group about the tall, bold girl. They'd shriek at him presently, perhaps. Beyond thinking his own anagram might be Cuyps, he hadn't a notion. What a chatter they were all making! It was just like a summer sale. Just the sort of people who'd give a lot of trouble and swap you. And suddenly the smouldering fires of rebellion leapt to flame again. These were a rotten lot of people, and the anagrams were rotten nonsense, and he, Kipps, had been a rotten fool to come. There was Helen away there, still laughing with her curate. Pity she couldn't marry a curate and leave him, Kipps, alone. Then he'd know what to do. He disliked the whole gathering collectively and in detail. Why were they all trying to make him one of themselves? He perceived unexpected ugliness everywhere about him. There were two great pins jabbed through the tall girl's hat, and the swirls of her hair below the brim with the minutest piece of tape tie-up showing did not repay close examination. Mrs. Wogdelenk wore a sort of mumps bandage of lace, and there was another lady perfectly dazzling with beads and jewels and bits of trimming. They were all flaps and angles and flounces, these women. Not one of them looked as neat and decent a shape as Ann's clean, trim little figure. Echoes of Masterman woke up in him again. Ladies indeed! Here were all these chattering people, with money, with leisure, with every chance in the world, and all they could do was to crowd like this into a couple of rooms and jabber nonsense about anagrams. Could Sipshi really mean Cuyps? Floated like a dissolving wreath of mist across his mind. Abruptly resolution stood armed in his heart. He was going to get out of this. "'Scuse me," he said, and began to wade neck deep through the bubbling tea party. He was going to get out of it all. He found himself close by Helen. "I'm off," he said, but she gave him the briefest glance. She did not appear to hear him. "Still, Mrs. Spratlingdown, you must admit there's a limit even to conformity," she was saying. He was in a curtained archway, and Ann was before him, carrying a tray supporting several small sugar bowls. He was moved to speech. "What a lot!" he said, and then mysteriously, "I'm engaged to her." He indicated Helen's new hat, and became aware of a skirt he had stepped upon. Ann stared at him helplessly, borne past in the grip of incomprehensible imperatives. Why shouldn't they talk together? He was in a small room, and then at the foot of the staircase in the hall. He heard the rustle of a dress, and what was conceivably his hostess was upon him. "But you're not going, Mr. Kipps?" she said. "I must," he said. "I've got to." "But, Mr. Kipps." "I must," he said. "I'm not well." "But before the guessing? Without any tea?" Ann appeared and hovered behind him. "I got to go," said Kipps. If he parleyed with her, Helen might awake to his desperate attempt. "Of course, if you must go." "It's something I've forgotten," said Kipps, beginning to feel regrets. "Really, I must." Mrs. Botting turned with a certain offended dignity, and Ann, in a state of flushed calm that evidently concealed much, came forward to open the door. "I'm very sorry," he said. "I'm very sorry," half to his hostess and half to her, and was swept past her by superior social forces, like a drowning man in a mill race, and into the upper Sandgate Road. He half turned upon the step, and then slam went the door. He retreated along the Leas, a thing of shame and perplexity, Mrs. Botting's aggrieved astonishment uppermost in his mind. Something, reinforced by the glances of the people he was passing, pressed its way to his attention through the tumultuous disorder of his mind. He became aware that he was still wearing his little placard with the letters Sipshi. "Dash it!" he said, clutching off this abomination. In another moment its several letters, their task accomplished, were scattering gleefully before the breeze down the front of the Leas. 2 Kipps was dressed for Mrs. Wace's dinner half an hour before it was time to start, and he sat waiting until Coote should come to take him around. Manners and rules of good society lay before him neglected. He had read the polished prose of the member of the aristocracy on page 96 as far as: "The acceptance of an invitation is in the eyes of diners out a binding obligation which only ill health, family bereavement, or some all important reason justifies its being set on one side or otherwise evaded." And then he had lapsed into gloomy thoughts. That afternoon he had had a serious talk with Helen. He had tried to express something of the change of heart that had happened to him, but to broach the real state of the matter had been altogether too terrible for him. He had sought a minor issue. "I don't like all this society," he had said. "But you must see people," said Helen. "Yes, but it's the sort of people you see." He nerved himself. "I didn't think much of that lot at the Enagram tea." "You have to see all sorts of people if you want to see the world," said Helen. Kipps was silent for a space and a little short of breath. "My dear Arthur," she began almost kindly, "I shouldn't ask you to go to these affairs if I didn't think it good for you, should I?" Kipps acquiesced in silence. "You will find the benefit of it all when we get to London. You learn to swim in a tank before you go out into the sea. These people here are good enough to learn upon. They're stiff and rather silly and dreadfully narrow and not an idea in a dozen of them, but it really doesn't matter at all. You'll soon get savoir faire." He made to speak again, and found his powers of verbal expression lacking. Instead he blew a sigh. "You'll get used to it all very soon," said Helen helpfully. As he sat meditating over that interview and over the vistas of London that opened before him, on the little flat and teas and occasions and the constant presence of Brudderkins and all the bright prospect of his new and better life, and how he would never see Ann any more, the housemaid entered with a little package, a small square envelope to Arthur Kipps, Esquire. "A young woman left this, sir," said the housemaid a little severely. "Eh?" said Kipps. "What young woman?" And then suddenly began to understand. "She looked an ordinary young woman," said the housemaid coldly. "Oh!" said Kipps. "That's all right." He waited till the door had closed behind the girl, staring at the envelope in his hand, and then with a curious feeling of increasing tension tore it open. As he did so, some quicker sense than sight or touch told him its contents. It was Ann's half sixpence, and besides not a word. Then she must have heard him. He was standing with the envelope in his hand, trying to get on from that last inference, when Coote became audible without. Coote appeared in evening dress, a clean and radiant Coote, with large greenish white gloves and a particularly large white tie edged with black. "For a third cousin," he presently explained. "Nice, isn't it?" He could see Kipps was pale and disturbed, and put this down to the approaching social trial. "You keep your nerve up, Kipps, my dear chap, and you'll be all right," said Coote with a big brotherly glove on Kipps' sleeve. 3 The dinner came to a crisis so far as Kipps' emotions were concerned with Mrs. Bindon Botting's talk about servants. But before that there had been several things of greater or smaller magnitude to perturb and disarrange his social front. One little matter that was mildly insurgent throughout the entire meal was, if I may be permitted to mention so intimate a matter, the behaviour of his left brace. The webbing, which was of a cheerful scarlet silk, had slipped away from its buckle, fastened no doubt in agitation, and had developed a strong tendency to place itself obliquely in the manner rather of an official decoration athwart his spotless front. It first asserted itself before they went into dinner. He replaced this ornament by a dexterous thrust when no one was looking, and thereafter the suppression of his novel innovation upon the stereotyped sombreness of evening dress became a standing preoccupation. On the whole he was inclined to think his first horror excessive. At any rate no one remarked upon it. However, you imagine him constantly throughout the evening, with one eye and one hand, whatever the rest of him might be doing, predominantly concerned with the weak corner. But this, I say, was a little matter. What exercised him much more was to discover Helen quite terribly in evening dress. The young lady had let her imagination rove Londonward, and this costume was perhaps an anticipation of that clever little flat not too far west, which was to become the centre of so delightful a literary and artistic set. It was, of all the feminine costumes present, most distinctly an evening dress. One was advised Miss Walshingham had arms and shoulders of a type by no means despicable. One was advised Miss Walshingham was capable not only of dignity but charm, even a certain glow of charm. It was, you know, her first evening dress, a tribute paid by Walshingham Finance to her brightening future. Had she wanted keeping in countenance, she would have had to have fallen back upon her hostess, who was resplendent in black and steel. The other ladies had to a certain extent compromised. Mrs. Walshingham had dressed with just a refined little V, and Mrs. Bindon Botting, except for her dear mottled arms, confided scarcely more of her plump charm to the world. The elder Miss Botting stopped short of shoulders, and so did Miss Wace. But Helen didn't. She was, had Kipps had eyes to see it, a quite beautiful human figure. She knew it, and she met him with a radiant smile that had forgotten all the little difference of the afternoon. But to Kipps her appearance was the last release. With that she had become as remote, as foreign, as incredible as a wife and mate, as though the Cnidian Venus herself, in all her simple elegance, was before witnesses declared to be his. If indeed she had ever been credible as a wife and mate. She ascribed his confusion to modest reverence, and having blazed smiling upon him for a moment, turned a shapely shoulder towards him and exchanged a remark with Mrs. Bindon Botting. Ann's poor little half sixpence came against Kipps' fingers in his pocket, and he clutched at it suddenly as though it was a talisman. Then he abandoned it to suppress his order of the brace. He was affected by a cough. "Miss Wace tells me Mr. Revel is coming," Mrs. Botting was saying. "Isn't it delightful?" said Helen. "We saw him last night. He's stopped on his way to Paris. He's going to meet his wife there." Kipps' eyes rested for a moment on Helen's dazzling deltoid, and then went inquiringly, accusingly almost, to Coote's face. Where in the presence of this terrible emergency was the gospel of suppression now, that furtive treatment of religion and politics, and birth and death, and bathing and babies, and all those things which constitutes your true gentleman? He had been too modest even to discuss this question with his Mentor, but surely this quintessence of all that is good and nice could regard these unsolicited confidences only in one way. With something between relief and the confirmation of his worst fears, he perceived, by a sort of twitching of the exceptionally abundant muscles about Coote's lower jaw, in a certain deliberate avoidance of one particular direction by these pale but resolute grey eyes, by the almost convulsive grip of the ample greenish-white gloves behind him, a grip broken at times for controlling pats at the black-bordered tie and the back of that spacious head, and by a slight but increasing disposition to cough, that Coote did not approve. To Kipps Helen had once supplied a delicately beautiful dream, a thing of romance and unsubstantial mystery, but this was her final materialisation, and the last thin wreath of glamour about her was dispelled. In some way, he had forgotten how, and it was perfectly incomprehensible, he was bound to this dark, solid and determined young person whose shadow and suggestion he had once loved. He had to go through with the thing as a gentleman should. Still. And when he was sacrificing Ann, he wouldn't stand this sort of thing, whatever else he stood. Should he say something about her dress to her, to-morrow? He could put his foot down firmly. He could say, "Look here, I don't care. I ain't going to stand it, see?" She'd say something unexpected, of course. She always did say something unexpected. Suppose for once he overrode what she said, simply repeated his point. He found these thoughts battling with certain conversational aggressions from Mrs. Wace, and then Revel arrived and took the centre of the stage. The author of that brilliant romance, Red Hearts a Beating, was a less imposing man than Kipps had anticipated, but he speedily effaced that disappointment by his predominating manners. Although he lived habitually in the vivid world of London, his collar and tie were in no way remarkable, and he was neither brilliantly handsome, nor curly, nor long-haired. His personal appearance suggested arm-chairs rather than the equestrian exercises and amorous toyings and passionate intensities of his masterpiece. He was inclined to be fat, with whitish flesh, muddy-coloured straight hair. He had a rather shapeless and truncated nose, and his chin was asymmetrical. One eye was more inclined to stare than the other. He might have been esteemed a little undistinguished looking were it not for his beeswaxed moustache, which came amidst his features with a pleasing note of incongruity, and the whimsical wrinkles above and about his greater eye. His regard sought and found Helen's as he entered the room, and they shook hands presently with an air of intimacy Kipps, for no clear reason, found objectionable. He saw them clasp their hands, heard Coote's characteristic cough, a sound rather more like a very, very old sheep a quarter of a mile away being blown to pieces by a small charge of gunpowder than anything else in the world, did some confused beginnings of a thought, and then they were all going into dinner, and Helen's shining bare arm lay along his sleeve. Kipps was in no state for conversation. She glanced at him, and though he did not know it, very slightly pressed his elbow. He struggled with strange respiratory dislocations. Before them went Coote, discoursing in amiable reverberations to Mrs. Walshingham, and at the head of the procession was Mrs. Bindon Botting, talking fast and brightly beside the erect military figure of little Mr. Wace. He was not a soldier really, but he had caught a martinet bearing by living so close to Shorncliffe. Revel came last in charge of Mrs. Wace's queenly blackened steel, politely admiring in a flute-like cultivated voice the mellow wallpaper of the staircase. Kipps marvelled at everybody's self-possession. From the earliest spoonful of soup it became evident that Revel considered himself responsible for the table talk, and before the soup was over it was almost as manifest that Mrs. Bindon Botting inclined to consider his sense of responsibility excessive. In her circle Mrs. Bindon Botting was esteemed an agreeable rattle. Her manner and appearance were conspicuously vivacious for one so plump, and she had an almost Irish facility for humorous description. She would keep people amused all through an afternoon call, with the story of how her jobbing gardener had got himself married, and what his home was like, or how her favourite butt, Mr. Stigson Warder, had all his unfortunate children taught almost every conceivable instrument because they had the phrenological bump of music abnormally large. "They got to trombones, my dear," she would say, with her voice coming to a climax. Usually her friends conspired to draw her out, but on this occasion they neglected to do so, a thing that militated against her keen desire to shine in Revel's eyes. After a time she perceived that the only thing for her to do was to cut in on the talk, on her own account, and this she began to do. She made several ineffectual snatches at the general attention, and then Revel drifted towards a topic she regarded as particularly her own, the ordering of households. They came to the thing through talk about localities. "We are leaving our house in the Boltons," said Revel, "and taking a little place at Wimbledon, and I think of having room in Dane's Inn. It'll be more convenient in many ways. My wife is furiously addicted to golf and exercise of all sorts, and I like to sit about in clubs. I haven't the strength necessary for these hygienic proceedings, and the old arrangement suited neither of us. And besides, no one can imagine the demoralisation the domestics of West London have undergone during the last 3 years." "It's the same everywhere," said Mrs. Bindon Botting. "Very possibly it is. A friend of mine calls it the servile tradition in decay, and regards it all as a most hopeful phenomenon." "He ought to have had my last 2 criminals," said Mrs. Bindon Botting. She turned to Mrs. Wace, while Revel came again a little too late with a "possibly, and I haven't told you, my dear," she said, speaking with voluble rapidity. "I'm in trouble again. That last girl, the last girl, before I can get a cook, my hard-won housemaid," she paused, "chucks it." "Panic?" asked young Walshingham. "Mysterious grief. Everything merry as a marriage bell until my anagram tea. Then in the evening a portentous rigour of bearing, a word or so from my aunt, and immediately floods of tears and notice." For a moment her eyes rested thoughtfully on Kipps as she said, "Is there anything heartrending about anagrams?" "I find them so," said Revel. But Mrs. Bindon Botting got away again. "For a time it made me quite uneasy." Kipps jabbed his lip with his fork rather painfully, and was recalled from a fascinated glare at Mrs. Botting to the immediate facts of dinner. "Whether anagrams might not have offended the good domestic's moral code. You never can tell. We made inquiries. No, 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 she must go, and that's all." "One perceives," said Revel, "in these disorders, dimly and distantly, the last dying glow of the age of romance. Let us suppose, Mrs. Botting, let us at least try to suppose, it is love." Kipps clattered with his knife and fork.
"It's love," said Mrs. Botting. "What else can it be? Beneath the orderly humdrum of our lives these romances are going on, until at last they bust up and give notice and upset our humdrum altogether. Some fatal, wonderful soldier—" "The passions are the common or house domestic," said Revel, and recovered possession of the table. Upon the troubled disorder of Kipps's table manners there had supervened a quietness, an unusual calm. For once in his life he had distinctly made up his mind on his own account. He listened no more to Revel, he put down his knife and fork and refused anything that followed. Coote regarded him with tactful concern, and Helen flushed a little. 4 About 9:30 that night came a violent pull at the bell of Mrs. Bindon Botting, and a young man in a dress suit, a gibus and other marks of exalted social position stood without. Athwart his white expanse of breast lay a ruddy bar of patterned silk that gave him a singular distinction and minimised the glow of a few small stains of burgundy. His gibus was thrust back and exposed a disorder of hair that suggested a reckless desperation. He had, in fact, burnt his boats and refused to join the ladies. Coote, in the subsequent conversation, had protested quietly, "You're going on all right, you know," to which Kipps had answered he didn't care an eng about that, and so, after a brief tussle with Walshingham's detaining arm, had got away. "I got something to do," he said. "Home." And here he was, panting an extraordinary resolve. The door opened, revealing the pleasantly furnished hall of Mrs. Bindon Botting, lit by rose tinted lights, and in the centre of the picture, neat and pretty in black and white, stood Ann. At the sight of Kipps her colour vanished. "Ann," said Kipps, "I want to speak to you. I got something to say to you right away. See? "This ain't the door to speak to me at," said Ann. "But, Ann, it's something special." "You've spoke enough," said Ann. "Ann!" "Besides, that's my door down there basement. If I was caught talking at this door "But, Ann, basement after 9. Them's my hours. I'm a servant and likely to keep one. If you're calling here what name, please? But you got your friends and I got mine, and you mustn't go talking to me." "But, Ann, I want to ask you." Someone appeared in the hall behind Ann. "Not here," said Ann. "Don't know anyone of that name," and incontinently slammed the door in his face. "What was that, Ann?" said Mrs. Bindon Botting's invalid aunt. "I'm a little intoxicated, ma'am, asking for the wrong name, ma'am." "What name did he want?" asked the lady doubtfully. "No name that we know, ma'am," said Ann, hustling along the hall towards the kitchen stairs. "I hope you weren't too short with him, Ann." "No shorter than he deserved, considering how he behaved," said Ann, with her bosom heaving. And Mrs. Bindon Botting's invalid aunt, perceiving suddenly that this call had some relation to Ann's private and sentimental trouble, turned, after one moment of hesitating scrutiny, away. She was an extremely sympathetic lady, was Mrs. Bindon Botting's invalid aunt. She took an interest in the servants, imposed piety, extorted confessions, and followed human nature, blushing and lying defensively, to its reluctantly revealed recesses. But Ann's sense of privacy was strong, and her manner under drawing out an encouragement sometimes even alarming. So the poor old lady went upstairs again. 5 The basement door opened and Kipps came into the kitchen. He was flushed and panting. He struggled for speech. "'Ere," he said, and held out 2 half sixpences. Ann stood behind the kitchen table, face pale and eyes round, and now, and it simplified Kipps very much, he could see she had indeed been crying. "Well?" she said. "Don't you see?" Ann moved her head slightly. "I kep' it all these years." "You kep' it too long." His mouth closed and his flush died away. He looked at her. The amulet, it seemed, had failed to work. "Ann," he said. "Well?" "Ann." The conversation still hung fire. "Ann," he said, made a movement with his hands that suggested appeal and advanced a step. Ann shook her head more defiantly and became defensive. "Look here, Ann," said Kipps, "I been a fool." They stared into each other's miserable eyes. "Ann," he said, "I want to marry you." Ann clutched the table edge. "You can't," she said faintly. He made as if to approach her around the table, and she took a step that restored their distance. "I must," he said. "You can't." "I must. You got to marry me, Ann." "You can't go marrying everybody. You got to marry 'er." "I shan't." Ann shook her head. "You're engaged to that girl lady, rather. You can't be engaged to me." "I don't want to be engaged to you. I been engaged. I want to be married to you. See? Right away." Ann turned a shade paler. "But what do you mean?" she asked. "Come right off to London and marry me. Now." "What do you mean?" Kipps became extremely lucid and earnest. "I mean come right off and marry me now before anyone else can. See?" "In London?" "In London." They stared at one another again. They took things for granted in the most amazing way. "I couldn't," said Ann. "For one thing, my month's not up for more than 3 weeks yet." They hung before that for a moment as though it was insurmountable. "Look here, Ann. Ask to go. Ask to go." "She wouldn't," said Ann. "Then come without asking," said Kipps. "She'd keep my box." "She won't." "She will." "She won't." "You don't know her." "Well, Desher, let her, let her. Who cares? I'll buy you 100 boxes if you'll come." "It wouldn't be right towards her." "It isn't her you got to think about, Ann. It's me." "And you haven't treated me properly," she said. "You haven't treated me properly, Artie. You didn't ought to have." "I didn't say I 'ad," he interrupted. "Did I, Ann?" he appealed. "I didn't come to arguefy. I'm all wrong. I never said I wasn't. It's yes or no. Me or not. I been a fool. There. See? I been a fool. Ain't that enough? I got myself all tied up with everyone and made a fool of myself all round." He pleaded. "It isn't as if we didn't care for one another, Ann." She seemed impassive, and he resumed his discourse. "I thought I wasn't likely ever to see you again, Ann. I reely did. It isn't as I was seeing you all the time. I didn't know what I wanted, and I went and behaved like a fool, just as anyone might. I know what I want and I know what I don't want now." "Ann." "Well?" "Will you come? Will you come?" Silence. "If you don't answer me, Ann, I'm desperate. If you don't answer me now, or if you don't say you'll come, I'll go out, right out now." He turned doorward passionately as he spoke, with his threat incomplete. "I'll go," he said. "I haven't a friend in the world. I've been and throwed everything away. I don't know why I done things and why I haven't. All I know is I can't stand nothing in the world any more." He choked. "The pier," he said. He fumbled with the door latch, grumbling some inarticulate self-pity, as if he sought a handle, and then he had it open. Clearly was going. "Artie!" said Ann sharply. He turned about, and the two hung white and tense. "I'll do it," said Ann. His face began to work. He shut the door and came a step back to her, staring. His face became pitiful, and then suddenly they moved together. "Artie!" she cried. "Don't go!" and held out her arms, weeping. They clung close to one another. "Oh, I've been so miserable!" cried Kipps, clinging to this life buoy, and suddenly his emotion, having no further serious work in hand, burst its way to a loud boo-hoo. His fashionable and expensive gibus flopped off and fell and rolled and lay neglected on the floor. "I've been so miserable," said Kipps, giving himself vent. "Oh, I've been so miserable, Ann." "Be quiet," said Ann, holding his poor blubbering head tightly to her heaving shoulder, and herself all a-quiver. "Be quiet. She's there, listening. She'll hear you, Artie, on the stairs." 6 Ann's last words when, an hour later, they parted, Mrs. and Miss Bindon Botting having returned very audibly upstairs, deserve a section to themselves. "I wouldn't do this for everyone, mind you," whispered Ann. End of chapter 8. Book 2, Chapter 9 of Kipps by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. 1. You imagine them fleeing through our complex and difficult social system, as it were, for life, first on foot and severally to the Folkestone Central Station, then in a first-class carriage with Kipps' bag as sole chaperone to Charing Cross, and then in a four-wheeler, a long, rumbling, palpitating, slow flight through the multitudinous swarming London streets to Sid. Kipps kept peeping out of the window. "It's the next corner after this, I believe," he would say, for he had a sort of feeling that at Sid's he would be immune from the hottest pursuits. He paid the cabman in a manner adequate to the occasion and turned to his prospective brother-in-law. "Me and Ann," he said, "we're going to marry." "But I thought " began Sid. Kipps motioned him towards explanations in the shop. "It's no good my arguing with you," said Sid, smiling delightedly as the case unfolded. "You done it now." And Masterman, being apprised of the nature of the affair, descended slowly in a state of flushed congratulation. "I thought you might find the higher life a bit difficult," said Masterman, projecting a bony hand, "but I never thought you'd have the originality to clear out. Won't the young lady of the superior classes swear? Never mind, it doesn't matter anyhow." "You were starting a climb," he said at dinner. "That doesn't lead anywhere. You would have clambered from one refinement of vulgarity to another and never got to any satisfactory top. There isn't a top. It's a squirrel's cage. Things are out of joint. And the only top there is a lot of blazing card-playing women and betting men. You should read Modern Society. Seasoned with archbishops and officials and all that sort of glossy, pandering bosh. You'd have hung on, a disconsolate, dismal little figure, somewhere up the ladder, far below even the motor car class, while your wife larked about, or fretted because she wasn't a bit higher than she was. I found it all out long ago. I've seen women of that sort, and I don't climb any more." "I often thought about what you said last time I saw you," said Kipps. "I wonder what I said," said Masterman in parenthesis. "Anyhow, you're doing the right and sane thing, and that's the rare spectacle. You're going to marry your equal, and you're going to take your own line, quite independently of what people up there or people down there think you ought or ought not to do. That's about the only course one can take nowadays, with everything getting more muddled and upside down every day. Make your own little world, and your own house first of all. Keep that right side up, whatever you do, and marry your mate. That, I suppose, is what I should do, if I had a mate. But people of my sort, luckily for the world, don't get made in pairs. No. Besides, however," and abruptly taking advantage of an interruption by Master Walt, he lapsed into thought. Presently he came out of his musings. "After all," he said, "there's hope." "What about?" said Sid. "Everything," said Masterman. "Where there's life there's hope," said Mrs. Sid, "but none of you aren't eating anything like you ought to." Masterman lifted his glass. "Here's to hope," he said. "The light of the world." Sid beamed at Kipps as who should say, "You don't meet a character like this every dinner time." "Here's to hope," repeated Masterman. "The best thing one can have. Hope of life. Yes." He imposed his movement of magnificent self-pity on them all. Even young Walt was impressed. They spent the days before their marriage in a number of agreeable excursions together. One day they went to Kew by steamboat and admired the house full of paintings of flowers extremely. and one day they went early to have a good long day at the Crystal Palace, and enjoyed themselves very much indeed. They got there so early that nothing was open inside. All the stalls were wrapped up, and all the minor exhibitions locked and barred. They seemed the minutest creatures even to themselves in that enormous empty aisle, and their echoing footsteps indecently loud. They contemplated realistic groups of plaster savages, and Ann thought they'd be queer people to have about. She was glad there were none in this country. They meditated upon replicas of classical statuary without excessive comment. Kipps said at large it must have been a queer world then, but Ann very properly doubted if they really went about like that. But the place at that early hour was really lonely. One began to fancy things. So they went out into the October sunshine of the mighty terraces, and wandered amidst miles of stucco tanks and about those quiet gargantuan grounds. A great grey emptiness it was, and it seemed marvellous to them, but not nearly so marvellous as it might have seemed. "I never see a finer place, never," said Kipps, turning to survey the entirety of the enormous glass front with Paxton's vast image in the centre. "Well, it must have cost to build," said Ann, and left her sentence eloquently incomplete. Presently they came to a region of caves and waterways, and amidst these waterways strange reminders of the possibilities of the Creator. They passed under an arch made of a whale's jaws, and discovered amidst herbage, as if they were browsing or standing unoccupied and staring as if amazed at themselves, huge effigies of iguanodons and dinotheria and mastodons and such like cattle, gloriously done in green and gold. "They got everything," said Kipps. "Earl's Court isn't a patch on it." His mind was very greatly exercised by these monsters, and he hovered about them and returned to them. "You'd wonder how they ever got enough to eat," he said several times. 2 It was later in the day, and upon a seat in the presence of the green and gold labyrinthodon that loomed so splendidly about the lake, that the Kippses fell into talk about their future. They had made a sufficient lunch in the palace, they had seen pictures and no end of remarkable things, and that and the amber sunlight made a mood for them, quiet and philosophical, a heaven mood. Kipps broke a contemplative silence with an abrupt allusion to one principal preoccupation. "I shall offer an apology, and I shall offer her brother damages, if she likes to bring an action for breach after that. Well, I done all I can. They can't get much out of reading my letters in court, because I didn't write none. I dessay 1,000 or 2 will settle all that, anyhow. I ain't much worried about that. That don't worry me very much, Ann. No." And then, "It's a lark our marrying. It's curious how things come about. If I hadn't run against you, where should I have been now, eh? Even after we met, I didn't seem to see it like, not marrying you, I mean, until that night I came. I didn't really." "I didn't neither," said Ann, with thoughtful eyes on the water. For a time Kipps' mind was occupied by the prettiness of her thinking face. A faint tremulous network of lights reflected from the ripples of a passing duck played subtly over her cheek and faded away. Ann reflected. "I suppose things 'ad to be," she said. Kipps mused. "It's curious 'ow ever I got on to be engaged to her." "She wasn't suited to you," said Ann. "Suited? No fear. That's just it." "How did it come about?" "I expect she led you on," said Ann. Kipps was half minded to assent. Then he had a twinge of conscience. "It wasn't that, Ann," he said. "It's curious. I dunno what it was, but it wasn't that. I don't recollect. No. Life's jolly rum. That's one thing, anyhow. And I suppose I'm a rum sort of feller. I get excited sometimes, and then I don't seem to care what I do. That's about what it was really. Still." They meditated, Kipps with his arms folded and pulling at his scanty moustache. Presently a faint smile came over his face. "We'll get a nice little 'ouse out Ithe way." "It's 'omelier than Folkestone," said Ann. "Just a nice little 'ouse," said Kipps. "There's Hughenden, of course, but that's let. Besides being miles too big.
and I wouldn't live in Folkestone again somehow, not for anything."
"I'd like to have an 'ouse of my own," said Ann. "I often thought, being in service, how much I'd like to manage an 'ouse of my own."
"You'd know all about what the servants was up to anyhow," said Kipps, amused.
"Servants! We don't want no servants," said Ann, startled.
"You'll have to 'ave a servant," said Kipps, "if it's only to do the 'eavy work of the 'ouse."
"What, and not be able 'ardly to go into my own kitchen?" said Ann.
"You ought to 'ave a servant," said Kipps.
"One could easy 'ave a woman in for anything that's 'eavy," said Ann. "Besides, if I 'ad one of the girls one sees about nowadays, I should want to be taking the broom out of 'er and do it all over myself. I'd manage better without 'er."
"We ought to 'ave one servant anyhow," said Kipps. "Else 'ow should we manage if we wanted to go out together or anything like that?"
"I might get a young girl," said Ann, "and bring 'er up in my own way."
Kipps left the matter at that and came back to the house. "There's little 'ouses going into Hythe, just the sort we want, not too big and not too small. We'll have a kitchen and a dining room and a little room to sit in of a night."
"It mustn't be an 'ouse with a basement," said Ann.
"What's a basement?"
"It's a downstairs where there's not 'arf enough light and everything got to be carried. Up and down all day, coals and everything. And it's got to 'ave a water tap and sink and things upstairs. You'd 'ardly believe, Artie, if you hadn't been in service, 'ow cruel and silly some 'ouses are built. You'd think they had a spite against servants, the way the stairs are made."
"We won't 'ave one of that sort," said Kipps. "We'll 'ave a quiet little life. Now go out a bit, now come 'ome again. Read a book perhaps, we've got nothing else to do. 'Ave old Buggins in for an evening at times. 'Ave Sid down. There's bicycles."
"I don't fancy myself on a bicycle," said Ann.
"'Ave a trailer," said Kipps, "and sit like a lady. I'd take you out to New Romney, easy as anything, just to see the old people."
"I wouldn't mind that," said Ann.
"We'll just 'ave a sensible little 'ouse and sensible things. No art or anything of that sort, nothing stuck up or anything, but just sensible. We'll be as right as anything, Ann."
"No socialism?" said Ann, starting a lurking doubt.
"No socialism," said Kipps. "Just sensible, that's all."
"I dessay it's all right for them that understand it, Artie, but I don't agree with this socialism."
"I don't neither, really," said Kipps. "I can't argue about it, but it doesn't seem real like to me. All the same, Masterman's a clever fellow, Ann."
"I didn't like him at first, Artie, but I do now in a way. You don't understand him all at once."
"He's so clever," said Kipps. "Half the time I can't make out what he's up to. He's the cleverest chap I ever met. I never heard such talking. He ought to write a book. It's a rum world, Ann, when a chap like that isn't hardly able to earn a living."
"It's his health," said Ann.
"I expect it is," said Kipps, and ceased to talk for a little while. Then he spoke with deliberation. "Sea air might be the saving of him, Ann." He glanced doubtfully at Ann, and she was looking at him even fondly.
"You think of other people a lot," said Ann. "I've been looking at you, sitting there and thinking."
"I suppose I do. I suppose when one's 'appy one does."
"You do," said Ann.
"We shall be 'appy in that little 'ouse, Ann, don't you think?" She met his eyes and nodded. "I seem to see it," said Kipps, "sort of cosy like. 'Bout tea time and muffins, kettle on the hob, cat on the hearthrug. We must get a cat, Ann. And you there, eh?" They regarded each other with appreciative eyes, and Kipps became irrelevant. "I don't believe, Ann," he said, "I haven't kissed you not for 'arf an hour. Leastways not since we was in these caves." For kissing had already ceased to be a matter of thrilling adventure for them. Ann shook her head.
"You be sensible and go on talking about Mr. Masterman," she said.
But Kipps had wandered to something else. "I like the way your hair turns back just there," he said with an indicative finger. "It was like that, I remember, when you was a girl, sort of wavy. I've often thought of it. 'Member when we raced that time out behind the church?" Then for a time they sat idly, each following out agreeable meditations.
"It's rum," said Kipps. "What's rum?" "'Ow everything's 'appened," said Kipps. "Who'd have thought of our being 'ere like this 6 weeks ago? Who'd have thought of my ever 'aving any money?" His eyes went to the big labyrinthodon. He looked first carelessly and then suddenly with a growing interest in its vast face. "I'm deshed," he murmured. Ann became interested. He laid a hand on her arm and pointed. Ann scrutinised the labyrinthodon and then came around to Kipps' face in mute interrogation. "Don't you see it?" said Kipps. "See what?" "He's just like old Coote." "It's extinct," said Ann, not clearly apprehending. "I dessay it is, but he's just like old Coote, all the same for that." Kipps meditated on the monstrous shapes in sight. "I wonder 'ow all these old antediluvian animals got extinct?" he asked. "No one couldn't have possibly have killed 'em." "Why, I know that," said Ann. "They was overtook by the flood." Kipps meditated for a while. "But I thought they had to take two of everything there was." "Within reason they 'ad," said Ann. The Kippses left it at that. The great green and gold labyrinthodon took no notice of their conversation. It gazed with its wonderful eyes over their heads into the infinite, inflexibly calm. It might indeed have been Coote himself there, Coote, the unassuming, cutting them dead. 3 And in due course these two simple souls married, and Venus Urania, the goddess of wedded love, the goddess of tolerant kindliness or meeting half way, to whom all young couples should pray and offer sacrifices of self, who is indeed a very great and noble and kindly goddess, was in some manner propitiated, and bent down and blessed them in their union. End of Book 2. Book 3, Chapter 1 of Kipps by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. 1 Honeymoons and all things come to an end, and you see at last Mr. and Mrs. Arthur Kipps descending upon the Hythe platform, coming to Hythe to find that nice little house, to realise that bright dream of a home they had first talked about in the grounds of the Crystal Palace. They are a valiant couple, you perceive, but small, and the world is a large, incongruous system of complex and difficult things. Kipps wears a grey suit with a wing-poke collar and a neat smart tie. Mrs. Kipps is the same bright and healthy little girl woman you saw in the Marsh. Not an inch has been added to her stature in all my voluminous narrative, only now she wears a hat. It is a hat very unlike the hats she used to wear on her Sundays out, a flourishing hat with feathers and buckle and bows and things. The price of that hat would take many people's breath away. It cost 2 guineas. Kipps chose it. Kipps paid for it. They left the shop with flushed cheeks and smarting eyes, glad to be out of range of the condescending saleswoman. "Artie," said Ann, "you didn't ought to have." That was all. And you know the hat didn't suit Ann a bit. Her clothes did not suit her at all. The simple, cheap, clean brightness of her former style had given place not only to this hat, but to several other things in the same key. And out from among these things looked her pretty face, the face of a wise little child, an artless wonder struggling through a preposterous dignity. They had bought that hat one day when they had gone to see the shops in Bond Street. Kipps had looked at the passers-by, and it had suddenly occurred to him that Ann was dowdy. He had noted the hat of a very proud-looking lady passing in an electric brougham, and had resolved to get Ann the nearest thing to that. The railway porters perceived some subtle incongruity in Ann, so did the knot of cabmen in the station doorway, the 2 golfers, and the lady with daughters who had also got out of the train. And Kipps, a little pale, blowing a little, not in complete possession of himself, knew that they had noticed her and him, and Ann. It is hard to say just what Ann observed of these things. "'Ere," said Kipps to a cabman, and regretted too late a vanished H.
"I got a trunk up there," he said to a ticket inspector, "marked A.K." "Ask a porter," said the inspector, turning his back. "Damn," said Kipps, not altogether inaudibly. §2 It is all very well to sit in the sunshine and talk of the house you will have, and another altogether to achieve it. We English, all the world indeed to day, live in a strange atmosphere of neglected great issues, of insistent, triumphant petty things. We are given up to the fine littleness of intercourse. Table manners and small correctitudes are the substance of our lives. You do not escape these things for long, even by so catastrophic a proceeding as flying to London with a young lady of no wealth and inferior social position. The mists of noble emotion swirl and pass, and there you are divorced from all your deities, and grazing in the meadows under the Argus eyes of the social system, the innumerable mean judgments you feel raining upon you, upon your clothes and bearing, upon your pretensions and movements. Our world to-day is a meanly conceived one. It is only an added meanness to conceal that fact. For one consequence, it has very few nice little houses. Such things do not come for the asking. They are not to be bought with money during ignoble times. Its houses are built on the ground of monstrously rich, shabbily extortionate landowners, by poor, parsimonious, greedy people, in a mood of elbowing competition. What can you expect from such ridiculous conditions? To go house hunting is to spy out the nakedness of this pretentious world, to see what our civilisation amounts to when you take away curtains and flounces and carpets, and all the fluster and distraction of people and fittings. It is to see mean plans meanly executed for mean ends, the conventions torn aside, the secrets stripped, the substance underlying all such Chestercootery, soiled and worn and left. So you see our poor dear Kippses going to and fro, in Hythe, in Sandgate, in Ashford and Canterbury, and Deal and Dover, at last even in Folkestone, with orders to view, pink and green and white and yellow orders to view, and labelled keys in Kipps's hand, and frowns and perplexity upon their faces. They did not clearly know what they wanted, but whatever it was they saw, they knew they did not want that. Always they found a confusing multitude of houses they could not take, and none they could. Their dreams began to turn mainly on empty, abandoned-looking rooms, with unfaded patches of paper to mark the place of vanished pictures, and doors that had lost their keys. They saw rooms floored with boards that yawned apart and were splintered, skirtings eloquent of the industrious mouse, kitchens with a dead black beetle in the empty cupboard, and a hideous variety of coal holes and dark cupboards under the stairs. They stuck their little heads through roof trap doors and gazed at disorganised ball traps and the bleak filthiness of unstoppered roofs. There were occasions when it seemed to them that they must be the victims of an elaborate conspiracy of house agents. So bleak and cheerless is a second-hand empty house in comparison with the humblest of inhabited dwellings. Commonly the houses were too big. They had huge windows that demanded vast curtains in mitigation, countless bedrooms, acreage of stone steps to be cleaned, kitchens that made Ann protest. She had come so far towards a proper conception of Kipps's social position as to admit the prospect of one servant. "But Lor'," she would say, "you want a man servant in this house." When the houses were not too big, then they were almost invariably the product of speculative building, of that multitudinous hasty building for the extravagant multitude of new birth that was the essential disaster of the 19th century. The new houses Ann refused as damp, and even the youngest of these that had been in use showed remarkable signs of a sickly constitution. The plaster flaked away, the floors gaped, the paper moulded and peeled, the doors dropped, the bricks scaled and the railings rusted. Nature, in the form of spiders, earwigs, cockroaches, mice, rats, fungi and remarkable smells, was already fighting her way back. And the plan was invariably inconvenient, invariably. All the houses they saw had a common quality for which she could find no word, but for which the proper word is incivility.
"They build these 'ouses," she said, "as though girls wasn't human beings." Sid's social democracy had got into her blood perhaps, and anyhow they went about discovering the most remarkable inconsiderateness in the contemporary house. "There's kitchen stairs to go up, Artie," Ann would say. "Some poor girl's got to go up and down, and be tired out, just because they haven't the sense to leave enough space to give their steps a proper rise. And no water upstairs anywhere. Every drop got to be carried. It's houses like this wear girls out." "It's having houses built by men, I believe, makes all the work and trouble," said Ann. The Kippses, you see, thought they were looking for a reasonably simple little contemporary house, but indeed they were looking either for dreamland or 1975 A.D. or thereabouts, and it hadn't come. 3 But it was a foolish thing of Kipps to begin building a house. He did that out of an extraordinary animosity for house agents he had conceived. Everybody hates house agents just as everybody loves sailors. It is no doubt a very wicked and unjust hatred, but the business of a novelist is not ethical principle but facts. Everybody hates house agents because they have everybody at a disadvantage. All other callings have a certain amount of give and take. The house agent simply takes. All other callings want you. Your solicitor is afraid you may change him. Your doctor cannot go too far. Your novelist, if only you knew it, is mutely abject towards your unspoken wishes, and as for your tradespeople, milkmen will fight outside your front door for you, and greengrocers call in tears if you discard them suddenly. But who ever heard of a house agent struggling to serve anyone? You want to get a house, you go to him, you dishevelled and angry from travel, anxious, inquiring, he calm, clean, inactive, reticent, quietly doing nothing. You beg him to reduce rents, whitewash ceilings, produce other houses, combine the summer house of number 6 with the conservatory of number 4. Much he cares. You want to dispose of a house. Then he is just the same, serene, indifferent. On one occasion I remember he was picking his teeth all the time he answered me. Competition is a mockery among house agents. They are all alike. You cannot wound them by going to the opposite office. You cannot dismiss them. You can at most dismiss yourself. They are invulnerably placed behind mahogany and brass, too far usually even for a sudden swift lunge with an umbrella, and to throw away the keys they lend you instead of returning them is larceny and punishable as such. It was a house agent in Dover who finally decided Kipps to build. Kipps, with a certain faltering in his voice, had delivered his ultimatum: no basement, not more than 8 rooms, hot and cold water upstairs, coal cellar in the house but with intervening doors to keep dust from the scullery, and so forth. He stood blowing. "You'll have to build a house," said the house agent, sighing wearily, "if you want all that." It was rather for the sake of effective answer than with any intention at the time that Kipps mumbled, "That's about what I shall do. This goes on." Whereupon the house agent smiled. He smiled. When Kipps came to turn the thing over in his mind, he was surprised to find quite a considerable intention had germinated and was growing up in him. After all, lots of people have built houses. How could there be so many if they hadn't? Suppose he really did? Then he would go to the house agent and say, "'Ere, while you been getting me a suitable 'ouse, blowed if I 'aven't built one." Go round to all of them, all the house agents in Folkestone, in Dover, Ashford, Canterbury, Margate, Ramsgate, saying that. Perhaps then they might be sorry. It was in the small hours that he awoke to a realisation that he had made up his mind in the matter. "Ann," he said, "Ann," and also used the sharp of his elbow. Ann was at last awakened to the pitch of an indistinct inquiry what was the matter. "I'm going to build a 'ouse, Ann." "Eh?" said Ann suddenly, as if awake. "Build a 'ouse." Ann said something incoherent about he'd better wait until the morning before he did anything of the sort, and immediately, with a fine trustfulness, went fast asleep again. But Kipps lay awake for a long while building his house, and in the morning at breakfast he made his meaning clear. He had smarted under the indignities of house agents long enough, and this seemed to promise revenge, a fine revenge. "And you know, we might really make rather a nice little house of it, like what we want." So resolved, it became possible for them to take a house for a year, with a basement, no service lift, black leading to do everywhere, no water upstairs, no bathroom, vast sash windows to be cleaned from the sill, stone steps with a twist and open to the rain into the coal cellar, insufficient cupboards, unpaved path to the dustbin, no fireplace to the servant's bedroom, no end of splintery wood to scrub, in fact a very typical English middle class house. And having added to this house some furniture, and a languid young person with unauthentic golden hair named Gwendolen, who was engaged to a sergeant major and had formerly been in a hotel, having moved in and spent some sleepless nights varied by nocturnal explorations in search of burglars because of the strangeness of being in a house for which they were personally responsible, Kipps settled down for a time and turned himself with considerable resolution to the project of building a home. 4. At first Kipps had gathered advice, finding an initial difficulty in how to begin. He went into a builder's shop at Seabrook one day and told the lady in charge that he wanted a house built. He was breathless but quite determined, and he was prepared to give his order there and then, but she temporised with him and said her husband was out, and he left without giving his name. Also he went and talked to a man in a cart who was pointed out to him by a workman as the builder of a new house near Saltwood, but he found him first sceptical and then overpoweringly sarcastic. "I suppose you build a 'ouse every 'oliday," he said, and turned from Kipps with every symptom of contempt. Afterwards Carshot told alarming stories about builders and shook Kipps's expressed resolution a good deal, and then Pierce raised the question whether one ought to go in the first instance to a builder at all, and not rather to an architect. Pierce knew a man at Ashford whose brother was an architect, and as it is always better in these matters to get someone you know, the Kippses decided, before Pierce had gone and Carshot's warning had resumed their sway, to apply to him. They did so, rather dubiously. The architect, who was brother of Pierce's friend, appeared as a small, alert individual with a black bag and a cylindrical silk hat, and he sat at the dining room table with his hat and his bag exactly equidistant right and left of him, and maintained a demeanour of impressive woodenness, while Kipps on the hearthrug, with a quaking sense of gigantic enterprise, vacillated answers to his inquiries. Ann held a watching brief for herself, in a position she had chosen as suitable to the occasion, beside the corner of the carved oak sideboard. They felt, in a sense, at bay. The architect began by asking for the site, and seemed a little discomposed to discover this had still to be found. "I thought of building just anywhere," said Kipps. "I haven't made up my mind about that yet." The architect remarked that he would have preferred to see the site in order to know where to put what he called his ugly side, but it was quite possible, of course, to plan a house in the air, on the level, simply with back and front assumed, if they would like to do that. Kipps flushed slightly, and secretly hoping it would make no great difference in the fees, said a little doubtfully that he thought it would be all right. The architect then marked off, as it were, the first section of his subject with a single dry cough, opened his bag, took out a spring tape measure, some hard biscuits, a metal flask, a new pair of dogskin gloves, a clockwork motor car partially wrapped in paper, a bunch of violets, a paper of small brass screws, and finally a large distended notebook. He replaced the other objects carefully, opened his notebook, put a pencil to his lips and said, "And what accommodation will you require?" To which Ann, who had followed his every movement with the closest attention and a deepening dread, replied with the violent suddenness of one who has long lain in wait, "Cupboards." "Anyhow," she added, catching her husband's eye. The architect wrote it down. "And how many rooms?" he said, coming to secondary matters. The young people regarded one another. It was dreadfully like giving an order. "How many bedrooms, for example?" asked the architect. "1?" suggested Kipps, inclined now to minimise at any cost. "There's Gwendolen," said Ann. "Visitors, perhaps," said the architect, and temperately, "you never know." "2, perhaps," said Kipps. "We don't want no more than a little 'ouse, you know." "But the merest shooting box," said the architect. They got to 6. He beat them steadily from bedroom to bedroom. The word nursery played across their imaginative skies. He mentioned it as the remotest possibility. And then 6 being reluctantly conceded, Ann came forward to the table, sat down and delivered herself of one of her prepared conditions. "'Ot and cold water," she said, "laid on to each room, anyhow." It was an idea long since acquired from Sid. "Yes," said Kipps on the hearthrug. "'Ot and cold water laid on to each bedroom. We're settled on that." It was the first intimation to the architect that he had to deal with a couple of exceptional originality, and as he had spent the previous afternoon in finding 3 large houses in the builder, which he intended to combine into an original and copyright design of his own, he naturally struggled against these novel requirements. He enlarged on the extreme expensiveness of plumbing, on the extreme expensiveness of everything not already arranged for in his scheme, and only when Ann declared she'd as soon not have the house as not have her requirements, and Kipps, blenching the while, had said he didn't mind what a thing cost him so long as he got what he wanted, did he allow a kindred originality of his own to appear beneath the acquired professionalism of his methods. He dismissed their previous talk with his paragraphic cough. "Of course," he said, "if you don't mind being unconventional." He explained that he had been thinking of a Queen Anne style of architecture. Ann, directly she heard her name, shook her head at Kipps in an aside, so far as the exterior went. For his own part, he said, he liked to have the exterior of a house in a style, not priggishly in a style, but mixed, with one style uppermost, and the gables and dormers and casements of the Queen Anne style, with a little rough cast and sham timbering here and there, and perhaps a bit of an overhang, diversified a house and made it interesting. The advantages of what he called a Queen Anne style was that it had such a variety of features. Still, if they were prepared to be unconventional, it could be done. A number of houses were now built in the unconventional style, and were often very pretty. In the unconventional style one frequently had what perhaps he might call internal features, for example, an old English oak staircase and gallery. White rough cast and green paint were a good deal favoured in houses of this type. He indicated that this excursus on style was finished by a momentary use of his cough, and reopened his notebook, which he had closed to wave about in a moment of descriptive enthusiasm while expatiating on the unbridled wealth of external features associated with Queen Anne. 6 bedrooms, he said, moistening his pencil, 1 with barred windows, suitable for a nursery if required. Kipps endorsed this huskily and reluctantly. There followed a most interesting discussion upon house building, in which Kipps played a minor part. They passed from bedrooms to the kitchen and scullery, and there Ann displayed an intelligent exactingness that won the expressed admiration of the architect. They were particularly novel upon the position of the coal cellar, which Ann held to be altogether too low in the ordinary house, necessitating much heavy carrying. They dismissed as impracticable the idea of having coal cellar and kitchen at the top of the house, because that would involve carrying all the coal through the house, and therewith much subsequent cleaning, and for a time they dealt with the conception of a coal cellar on the ground floor, with a light staircase running up outside to an exterior chute. "It might be made a feature," said the architect, a little doubtfully, jotting down a note of it. "It would be apt to get black, you know." Then they passed to the alternative of service lifts, and then, by an inspiration of the architect, to the possibilities of gas heating. Kipps did a complicated verbal fugue on the theme, "Gas heating heats the air," with variable aspirates. He became very red and was lost to the discussion altogether for a time, though his lips kept silently on. Subsequently the architect wrote to say that he found in his notebook very full and explicit directions for bow windows to all rooms, for bedrooms, for water supply, lift, height of stairs and absence of twists therein, for a well ventilated kitchen 20 feet square with 2 dressers and a large box window seat, for scullery and outhouses and offices, but nothing whatever about drawing room, dining room, library or study, or approximate cost, and he awaited further instructions. He presumed that there would be a breakfast room, dining room, drawing room and study for Mr. Kipps, at least that was his conception, and the young couple discussed this matter long and ardently. Ann was distinctly restrictive in this direction. "I don't see what you want a drawing room and a dining and a kitchen for. If we was going to let in summer, well and good, but we're not going to let. Consequently, we don't want so many rooms. Then there's an 'all. What use is an 'all? It only makes work. And a study?" Kipps had been humming and stroking his moustache since he had read the architect's letter. "I think I'd like a little bit of a study. Not a big one, of course, but one with a desk and bookshelves like there was in Hughenden. I'd like that." It was only after they had talked to the architect again and seen how scandalised he was at the idea of not having a drawing room that they consented to that internal feature. They consented to please him. "But we shan't never use it," said Ann. Kipps had his way about a study. "When I get that study," said Kipps, "I shall do a bit of reading I've long wanted to do. I shall make a habit of going in there and reading something an hour every day. There's Shakespeare and lots of things a man like me ought to read. Besides, we got to have somewhere to put the encyclopaedia. I've always thought a study was about what I've wanted all along. You can't help reading if you've got a study. If you haven't, there's nothing for it, so far as I can see, but trashy novels." He looked down at Ann and was surprised to see a joyless thoughtfulness upon her face. "Fancy, Ann," he said not too buoyantly, "having a little 'ouse of our own." "It won't be a little 'ouse," said Ann, "not with all them rooms." 5 Any lingering doubt in that matter was dispelled when it came to plans. The architect drew 3 sets of plans on a transparent bluish sort of paper that smelt abominably. He painted them very nicely, brick red and ginger and arsenic green and a leaden sort of blue, and brought them over to show our young people. The first set were very simple, with practically no external features. A plain style, he said it was, but it looked like a big sort of house nevertheless. The second had such extras as a conservatory, bow windows of various sorts, 1 rough cast gable and 1 half timbered ditto in plaster, and a sort of overhung veranda, and was much more imposing. And the third was quite fungoid with external features and honeycombed with internal ones. It was, he said, practically a mansion, and altogether a very noble fruit of the creative mind of man. It was, he admitted, perhaps almost too good for Hythe. His art had run away with him and produced a modern mansion in the best Folkestone style. It had a central hall with a staircase, a Moorish gallery and Tudor stained glass window, crenellated battlements to the leading over the portico, an octagonal bulge with octagonal bay windows surmounted by an oriental dome of metal, lines of yellow bricks to break up the red, and many other richnesses and attractions. It was a sort of house, ornate and in its dignified way voluptuous, that a city magnate might build, but it seemed excessive to the Kippses. The first plan had 7 bedrooms, the second 8, the third 11. That had, the architect explained, worked in, as if they were pebbles in a mountaineer's boot. "They're big houses," said Ann directly the elevations were unrolled. Kipps listened to the architect with round eyes and exuberant caution in his manner, anxious not to commit himself further than he had done to the enterprise, and the architect pointed out the features and other objects of interest with a scalpel belonging to a pocket manicure set that he carried. Ann watched Kipps' face and communicated with him furtively over the architect's head. "Not so big," said Ann's lips.
"It's a big bit for what I meant," said Kipps, with a reassuring eye on Ann. "You won't think it big when you see it up," said the architect. "You take my word for that." "We don't want no more than 6 bedrooms," said Kipps. "Make this one a box room then," said the architect. A feeling of impotence silenced Kipps for a time. "Now which," said the architect, spreading them out, "is it to be?" He flattened down the plans of the most ornate mansion to show it to better effect. Kipps wanted to know how much each would cost at the outside, which led to much alarmed signalling from Ann, but the architect could estimate only in the most general way. They were not really committed to anything when the architect went away. Kipps had promised to think it over, that was all. "We can't have that 'ouse," said Ann. "They're miles too big, all of them," agreed Kipps. "You'd want 4 servants wouldn't 'ardly be enough," said Ann. Kipps went to the hearthrug and spread himself. His tone was almost off hand. "Next time he comes," said Kipps, "I'll 'splain to him. It isn't all the sort of thing we want. It's a misunderstanding. You got no occasion to be anxious about it, Ann." "I don't see much good really in building an 'ouse at all," said Ann. "Oh, we got to build an 'ouse now we begun," said Kipps. "But now supposing we 'ad." He spread out the most modest of the 3 plans and scratched his cheek. 6 It was unfortunate that old Kipps came over the next day. Old Kipps always produced peculiar states of mind in his nephew, a rash assertiveness, a disposition towards display unlike his usual self. There had been great difficulty in reconciling both these old people to the Pornick mésalliance, and at times the controversy echoed in old Kipps' expressed thoughts. This perhaps it was, and no ignoble vanity, that set the note of florid successfulness going in Kipps' conversation whenever his uncle appeared. Mrs. Kipps was, as a matter of fact, not reconciled at all. She had declined all invitations to come over on the bus, and was a taciturn hostess on the one occasion when the young people called at the toy shop en route for Mrs. Pornick. She displayed a tendency to sniff that was clearly due to pride rather than catarrh, and except for telling Ann she hoped she would not feel too stuck up about her marriage, confined her conversation to her nephew or the infinite. The call was a brief one, and made up chiefly of pauses. No refreshment was offered or asked for, and Ann departed with a singularly high colour. For some reason she would not call at the toy shop when they found themselves again in New Romney. But old Kipps, having adventured over and tried the table of the new ménage, and found it to his taste, showed many signs of softening towards Ann. He came again and then again. He would come over by the bus, and except when his mouth was absolutely full, he would give his nephew one solid and continuous mass of advice, of the most subtle and disturbing description, until it was time to toddle back to the High Street for the afternoon bus. He would walk with him to the sea front, and commence pourparlers with boatmen for the purchase of one of their boats. "You ought to keep a boat of your own," he said, though Kipps was a singularly poor sailor. Or he would pursue a plan that was forming in his mind, in which he should own and manage what he called weekly property in the less conspicuous streets of Hythe. The cream of that was to be a weekly collection of rents in person, the nearest approach to feudal splendour left in this democratised country. He gave no hint of the source of the capital he designed for this investment, and at times it would appear he intended it as an occupation for his nephew rather than himself. But there remained something in his manner towards Ann, in the glances of scrutiny he gave her unawares, that kept Kipps alertly expansive whenever he was about, and in all sorts of ways. It was on account of old Kipps, for example, that our Kipps plunged one day, a golden plunge, and brought home a box of Cummerbundy 9-penny cigars, and substituted Blue Label Old Methuselah 4 Stars for the common and generally satisfactory white brand. "Some of this is whiskey, my boy," said old Kipps when he tasted it, smacking critical lips. "Saw a lot of young officer fellers coming along," said old Kipps. "You ought to join the Volunteers, my boy, and get to know a few." "The "Dessay I shall," said Kipps. "Later." "They'll make you an officer, you know, in no time. They want officers," said old Kipps. "It isn't every one can afford it." "They'd be regular glad to 'ave you. Ain't bought a dawg yet?" "Not yet, Uncle. 'Ave a cigar." "Not a moty car?" "Not yet, Uncle." "There's no 'urry about that. And don't get one of these here trashy cheap ones when you do get it, my boy. Get one as'll last a lifetime. I'm surprised you don't 'ire a bit more." "Ann don't seem to fancy a motor car," said Kipps. "Ah!" said old Kipps. "I expect not," and glanced a comment at the door. "She ain't used to going out," he said. "More at 'ome indoors." "Fact is," said Kipps hastily, "we're thinking of building an 'ouse." "I wouldn't do that, my boy," began old Kipps, but his nephew was routing in the chiffonier drawer amidst the plans. He got them in time to check some further comment on Ann. Said the old gentleman, a little impressed by the extraordinary odour and the unusual transparency of the tracing paper Kipps put into his hands. "Thinking of building a 'ouse, are you?" Kipps began with the most modest of the three projects. Old Kipps read slowly through his silver rimmed spectacles. "Plan of a 'ouse for Arthur Kipps, Esquire." He didn't warm to the project all at once, and Ann drifted into the room to find him still scrutinising the architect's proposals a little doubtfully. "We couldn't find a decent 'ouse anywhere," said Kipps, leaning against the table and assuming an off hand note. "I didn't see why we shouldn't run up one for ourselves." Old Kipps could not help liking the tone of that. "We thought we might see," said Ann. "It's a speculation, of course," said old Kipps, and held the plan at a distance of 2 feet or more from his glasses and frowned. "This isn't exactly the 'ouse I should expect you to have thought of, though," he said. "Practically it's a villa. It's the sort of 'ouse a bank clerk might 'ave. 'Tisn't what I should call a gentleman's 'ouse, Artie." "It's plain, of course," said Kipps, standing beside his uncle and looking down at this plan, which certainly did seem a little less magnificent now than it had at the first encounter. "You mustn't have it too plain," said old Kipps. "If it's comfortable," Ann hazarded. Old Kipps glanced at her over his spectacles. "You ain't comfortable, my girl, in this world, not if you don't live up to your position." So, putting compactly into contemporary English that fine old phrase, noblesse oblige. "A house of this sort is what a retired tradesman might have, or some little whipper snapper of a solicitor. But you " "Of course that isn't the only plan," said Kipps, and tried the middle one. But it was the third one which won over old Kipps. "Now that's an 'ouse, my boy," he said at the sight of it. Ann came and stood just behind her husband's shoulder while old Kipps expanded upon the desirability of the larger scheme. "You ought to 'ave a billiard room," he said. "I don't see that, but all the rest's all right. Lot of these here officers here 'ud be glad of a game of billiards." "What's all these dots?" said old Kipps. "Shrubbery," said Kipps. "Flowing shrubs." "There's 11 bedrooms in that 'ouse," said Ann. "It's a bit of a lot, ain't it, Uncle?" "You'll want 'em, my girl. As you get on you'll be having visitors. Friends of your husband, perhaps, from the School of Musketry, what you want him to get on with. You can't never tell." "If we have a great shrubbery," Ann ventured, "we shall have to keep a gardener." "If you don't have a shrubbery," said old Kipps with a note of patient reasoning, "how are you to prevent every jackanapes that goes by staring into your drawing room window, perhaps when you get someone a bit special to entertain?" "We ain't used to a shrubbery," said Ann mulishly. "We get on very well here." "It isn't what you're used to," said old Kipps. "It's what you ought to have now." And with that Ann dropped out of the discussion. "Study and library," old Kipps read. "That's right. I see a Tantalus the other day over Brooklyn. The very thing for a gentleman's study. I'll try and get over and bid for it."
By bus time old Kipps was quite enthusiastic about the house building, and it seemed to be definitely settled that the largest plan was the one decided upon. But Ann had said nothing further in the matter. 7 When Kipps returned from seeing his uncle into the bus, there always seemed a certain doubt whether that portly figure would go into the little red tip-top box. He found Ann still standing by the table, looking with an expression of comprehensive disapproval at the three plans. "There don't seem much the matter with Uncle," said Kipps, assuming the hearthrug. "Spite of his 'eartburn, he 'opped up them steps like a bird." Ann remained staring at the plans. "You don't like them plans?" hazarded Kipps. "No, I don't, Artie." "We got to build something now." "But it's a gentleman's 'ouse, Artie." It's a decent size, of course." Kipps took a flirting look at the drawing and went to the window. "Look at the cleaning. 3 servants be lost in that 'ouse, Artie." "We must 'ave servants," said Kipps. Ann looked despondently at her future residence. "We got to keep our position anyhow," said Kipps, turning towards her. "It stands to reason, Ann. We got a position. Very well. I can't 'ave you scrubbing floors. You got to 'ave a servant, and you got to manage a 'ouse. You wouldn't 'ave me ashamed." Ann opened her lips and did not speak. "What?" asked Kipps. "Nothing," said Ann. "Only I did want it to be a little 'ouse, Artie. I want it to be an 'andy little 'ouse just for us." Kipps' face was suddenly flushed and mulish. He took up the curiously smelling tracings again. "I'm not a going to be looked down upon," he said. "It's not only Uncle I'm thinking of." Ann stared at him. Kipps went on. "I won't 'ave that young Walshingham, for instance, sneering and sniffling at me, making out as if we was all wrong. I see 'em yesterday. Nor Coote neither. We're as good, whatever's 'appened." Silence and the rustle of plans. He looked up and saw Ann's eyes bright with tears. For a moment the two stared at one another. "We'll 'ave the big 'ouse," said Ann with a gulp. "I didn't think of that, Artie." Her aspect was fierce and resolute, and she struggled with emotion. "We'll 'ave the big 'ouse," she repeated. "They shan't say I dragged you down with me. None of them shan't say that. I've always been afraid of that." Kipps looked again at the plan, and suddenly the grand house had become very grand indeed. He blew. "No, Artie, none of them shan't say that." And with something blind in her motions Ann tried to turn the plan round to her. After all, Kipps thought, there might be something to say for the milder project, but he had gone so far that now he did not know how to say it. And so the plans went out to the builders, and in a little while Kipps was committed to £2,500 worth of building. But then, you know, he had an income of £1,200 a year. 8 It is extraordinary what minor difficulties cluster about house building. "I say, Ann," remarked Kipps one day, "we shall have to call this little 'ouse by a name. I was thinking of 'Ome Cottage, but I dunno whether 'Ome Cottage is quite the thing like. All these little fishermen's places are called cottages." "I like cottage," said Ann. "It's got 11 bedrooms, d'you see," said Kipps. "I don't see 'ow you can call it a cottage with more bedrooms than 4. Properly speaking, it's a large villa. Properly it's almost a big 'ouse. Leastways an 'ouse." "Well," said Ann, "if you must call it villa, Home Villa. I wish it wasn't." Kipps meditated. "'Ow about Eureka Villa?" he said, raising his voice. "What's Eureka?" "It's a name," he said. "There used to be Eureka Dress Fasteners. There's a lot of names, come to think of it, to be got out of a shop. There's Pyjama Villa. I remember that in the hosiery. No, come to think, that won't do. But Mariposa, sort of oatmeal cloth, that was No, Eureka's better." Ann meditated. "It seems silly like to have a name that don't mean much." "Perhaps it does," said Kipps, "though it's what people have to do." He became meditative. "I got it!" he cried. "Not Eureka," said Ann. "No. There used to be a 'ouse at 'Astings opposite our school, quite a big 'ouse it was. St. Ann's. Now that " "No," said Mrs. Kipps with decision. "Thanking you kindly, but I don't 'ave no butcher boys making game of me." They consulted Carshot, who suggested, after some days of reflection, Waddycombe, as a grateful reminder of Kipps' grandfather. Old Kipps, who was for Upton Manor House, where he had once been second footman; Buggins, who favoured either a stern simple number, number 1, if there were no other houses there, or something patriotic as Empire Villa; and Pierce, who inclined to Sandringham. But in spite of all this help they were still undecided, when amidst violent perturbations of the soul, and after the most complex and difficult haggling, wranglings, fears, muddles and goings to and fro, Kipps became the joyless owner of a freehold plot of 3/8 of an acre, and saw the turf being wheeled away from the site that should one day be his home. End of chapter 1. Book 3, Chapter 2 of Kipps by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. 1. The Kippses sat at their midday dinner table and amidst the vestiges of rhubarb pie, and discussed 2 postcards the 1 o'clock post had brought. It was a rare bright moment of sunshine in a wet and windy day in the March that followed their marriage. Kipps was attired in a suit of brown, with a tie of fashionable green, while Ann wore one of those picturesque loose robes that are usually associated with sandals and advanced ideas. But there weren't any sandals on Ann, or any advanced ideas, and the robe had come quite recently through the counsels of Mrs. Sid Pornick. "It's art-like," said Kipps, giving way. "It's more comfortable," said Ann. The room looked out by French windows upon a little patch of green and the Hythe Parade. The parade was all shiny wet with rain, and the green grey sea tumbled and tumbled between parade and sky. The Kipps furniture, except for certain chrome lithographs of Kipps' incidental choice that struck a quiet note amidst the wallpaper, had been tactfully forced by an expert salesman, and it was in a style of mediocre elegance. There was a sideboard of carved oak that had only one fault: it reminded Kipps at times of wood carving, and its panel of bevelled glass now reflected the back of his head. On its shelf were 2 books from Parsons' library, each with a place marked by a slip of paper. Neither of the Kippses could have told you the title of either book they read, much less the author's name. There was an ebonised overmantel set with phials and pots of brilliant colour, each duplicated by looking-glass, and bearing also a pair of Chinese jars made in Birmingham, a wedding present from Mr. and Mrs. Sidney Pornick, and several sumptuous Japanese fans. And there was a Turkey carpet of great richness. In addition to these modern exploits of Messrs. Bunt and Bubble, there were 2 inactive tall clocks, whose extreme dilapidation appealed to the connoisseur, a terrestrial and celestial globe, the latter deeply indented, a number of good old iron moulded and dusty books, and a stuffed owl wanting one, easily replaceable, glass eye, obtained by the exertions of Uncle Kipps. The table equipage was as much as possible like Mrs. Bindon Botting's, only more costly, and in addition there were green and crimson wine glasses, though the Kippses never drank wine. Kipps turned to the more legible of his 2 postcards again. "Unavoidably prevented from seeing me to-day," he says. "I like his cheek, after I gave him his start and everything." He blew. "He certainly treats you a bit orf-hand," said Ann. Kipps gave vent to his dislike of young Walshingham. "He's getting too big for his breeches," he said. "I'm beginning to wish she had brought an action for breach. Ever since he said she wouldn't, he seems to think I got no right to spend my own money." "He's never liked your building the 'ouse," said Ann. Kipps displayed wrath. "What the goodness has it got to do with him?" "Overman indeed! Overmantel. He tries that on with me. I tell him something he won't like." He took up the second card. "Dashed if I can read a word of it. I can just make out Chitlow at the end, and that's all." He scrutinised it. "It's like someone in a fit writing. This here might be WHAT what? PRICE. I got it. What price 'Arry now? It was a sort of saying of his. I expect he's either done something or not done something towards starting that play, Ann." "I expect that's about it," said Ann. Kipps grunted with effort. "I can't read the rest," he said at last. "Nohow." A thoroughly annoying post. He pitched the card on the table, stood up, and went to the window, where Ann, after a momentary reconnaissance at Chitterlow's hieroglyphics, came to join him. "Wonder what I shall do this afternoon," said Kipps, with his hands deep in his pockets. He produced and lit a cigarette. "Go for a walk, I suppose," said Ann. "I've been for a walk this morning. Suppose I might go for another," he added after an interval. They regarded the windy waste of sea for a space. "Wonder why it is he won't see me," said Kipps, returning to the problem of young Walshingham. "It's all lies about his being too busy." Ann offered no solution. "Rain again," said Kipps, as the lash of the little drops stung the window. "Oh, bother!" said Kipps. "You got to do something. Look here, Ann, I'll go off for a regular tramp through the rain, up by Saltwood, round by Newington, over the camp, and so round and back, and see how they're getting on about the 'ouse. See? And look here, you get Gwendolen to go out a bit before I come back. If it's still rainy, she can easy go round and see her sister. Then we'll have a bit of tea with tea cake, all buttery, see? Toast it ourselves, perhaps, eh?" "I dessay I can find something to do in the 'ouse," said Ann, considering. "You'll take your mackintosh and leggings, I suppose. You get wet without your mackintosh over these roads." "Right o," said Kipps, and went to ask Gwendolen for his brown leggings and his other pair of boots. §2 Things conspired to demoralise Kipps that afternoon. When he got outside the house everything looked so wet under the drive of the South Wester that he abandoned the prospect of the clay lanes towards Newington altogether, and turned east to Folkestone along the Seabrook Deeg. His mackintosh flapped about him, the rain stung his cheek; for a time he felt a hardy man. And then as abruptly the rain ceased and the wind fell, and before he was through Sandgate High Street it was a bright spring day. And there was Kipps in his mackintosh and squeaky leggings, looking like a fool. Inertia carried him another mile to the Leas, and there the whole world was pretending there had never been such a thing as rain, ever. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. Except for an occasional puddle, the asphalt paths looked as dry as a bone. A smartly dressed man in one of those overcoats that look like ordinary cloth and are really most deceitfully and unfairly waterproof, passed him, and glanced at the stiff folds of his mackintosh. "Damn!" said Kipps. His mackintosh swished against his leggings piped and whistled over his boot tops. "Why do I never get anything right?" Kipps asked of a bright, implacable universe. Nice old ladies passed him, refined people with tidy umbrellas, bright, beautiful, supercilious looking children. Of course, the right thing for such a day as this was a light overcoat and an umbrella. A child might have known that. He had them at home, but how could one explain that? He decided to turn down by the Harvey Monument and escape through Clifton Gardens towards the hills. And thereby he came upon Coote. He already felt the most abject and propitiatory of social outcasts when he came upon Coote, and Coote finished him. He passed within a yard of Coote. Coote was coming along towards the Leas, and when Kipps saw him his legs hesitated about their office and he seemed to himself to stagger about all over the footpath. At the sight of him Coote started visibly. Then a sort of rigor vitae passed through his frame. His jaw protruded and errant bubbles of air seemed to escape and run about beneath his loose skin. Seemed, I say. I am perfectly well aware that there is really connective tissue in Coote, as in all of us, to prevent anything of the sort. His eyes fixed themselves on the horizon and glazed. As he went by Kipps could hear his even, resolute breathing. He went by, and Kipps staggered on into a universe of dead cats and dust heaps, rind and ashes. Cut! Cut! It was part of the inexorable decrees of Providence that almost immediately afterwards the residuum of Kipps had to pass a very, very long and observant looking girls' school. Kipps recovered consciousness again on the road between Shorncliffe Station and Cheriton, though he cannot remember, indeed to this day he has never attempted to remember, how he got there. And he was back at certain thoughts suggested by his last night's novel reading that linked up directly with the pariah-like emotions of these last encounters. The novel lay at home upon the chiffonier. It was one of society and politics, there is no need whatever to give the title or name the author, written with a heavy-handed thoroughness that overrode any possibility of resistance on the part of Kipps' mind. It had crushed all his poor little edifice of ideals, his dreams of a sensible, unassuming existence, of snugness, of not caring what people said, and all the rest of it, to dust. It had reinstated, squarely and strongly again, the only proper conception of English social life. There was a character in the book who trifled with art, who was addicted to reading French novels, who dressed in a loose, careless way, who was a sorrow to his dignified, silvery-haired, politico-religious mother, and met the admonitions of bishops with a front of brass. He treated a nice girl, to whom they had got him engaged, badly. He married beneath him, some low thing or other, and sank. Kipps could not escape the application of the case. He was unable to see how this sort of thing looked to decent people. He was unable to gauge the measure of the penalties due. His mind went from that to the frozen marble of Coote's visage. He deserved it. That day of remorse. Later it found him coming upon the site of his building operations and surveying it in a mood near to despair, his mackintosh over his arm. Hardly anyone was at work that day. No doubt the builders were "having him" in some obscure manner, and the whole place seemed a dismal and depressing litter. The builder's shed, black-lettered "Wilkins, Builder, Hythe," looked like a stranded thing amidst a cast-up disorder of wheelbarrows and wheeling planks, and earth and sand and bricks. The foundation of the walls were trenches full of damp concrete, drying in patches. The rooms, it was incredible that they could ever be rooms, were shaped out as squares and oblongs of coarse, wet grass and sorrel. They looked absurdly small, dishonestly small. What could you expect? Of course the builders were having him. Building too small, building all wrong, using bad materials. Old Kipps had told him a wrinkle or two. The builders were having him. Young Walshingham was having him. Everybody was having him. They were having him and laughing at him because they didn't respect him. They didn't respect him because he couldn't do things right. Who could respect him? He was an outcast. He had no place in the world. He had had his chance in the world and turned his back on it. He had behaved badly, that was the phrase. Here a great house was presently to arise, a house to be paid for, a house neither he nor Ann could manage, with 11 bedrooms and 4 disrespectful servants having them all the time. How had it all happened exactly? This was the end of his great fortune. What a chance he had had! If he had really carried out his first intentions and stuck to things, how much better everything might have been. If he had got a tutor, that had been in his mind originally, a special sort of tutor to show him everything right, a tutor for gentlemen of neglected education. If he had read more and attended better to what Coote had said, Coote, who had just cut him. 11 bedrooms. What had possessed him? No one would ever come to see them. No one would ever have anything to do with them. Even his aunt cut him. His uncle treated him with half contemptuous sufferance. He had not a friend worth counting in the world. Buggins, Carshot, Pierce, shop assistants, the Pornicks, a low socialist lot. He stood among his foundations like a lonely figure among ruins. He stood among the ruins of his future, and owned himself a foolish and mistaken man. He saw himself and Ann living out their shameful lives in this great crazy place, as it would be, with everybody laughing secretly at them, and their 11 rooms, and nobody approaching them, nobody nice and right, that is, for ever. And Ann. What was the matter with Ann? She'd given up going for walks lately, got touchy and tearful, been fitful with her food, just when she didn't ought to. It was all a part of the judgment upon wrongdoing. It was all part of the social penalties that juggernaut of a novel had brought home to his mind. 3 He let himself in with his latchkey. He went moodily into the dining room and got out the plans to look at them. He had a vague hope that there would prove to be only 10 bedrooms, but he found there were still 11. He became aware of Ann standing over him. "Look here, Artie," said Ann. He looked up and found her holding a number of white oblongs. His eyebrows rose. "It's callers," said Ann. He put his plans aside slowly and took and read the cards in silence with a sort of solemnity. Callers after all. Then perhaps he wasn't to be left out of the world after all. Mrs. G. Porritt Smith, Miss Porritt Smith, Miss Mabel Porritt Smith, and 2 smaller cards of the Reverend G. Porritt Smith. "Law," he said. "Clergy." "There was a lady," said Ann, "and 2 growed-up girls, all dressed up." "And 'im?" "There wasn't no 'im." "Not?" He held out the little card. "No. There was a lady and 2 young ladies." "But these cards, what are they going to leave these 2 little cards with the Rev. G. Smith on for?" "Not if he wasn't with 'em." "He wasn't with 'em." "Not a little chap dodging about behind the others? And didn't come in?" "I didn't see no gentleman with 'em at all," said Ann. "Rum," said Kipps. A half forgotten experience came back to him. "I know," he said, wavering the reverend gentleman's card. "He give 'em the slip, that's what he's done. Gone off while they were rapping before you let them in. It's a fair call, anyhow." He felt a momentary base satisfaction at his absence. "What did they talk about, Ann?" There was a pause. "I didn't let 'em in," said Ann. He looked up suddenly and perceived that something unusual was the matter with Ann. Her face was flushed, her eyes were red and hard. "Didn't let 'em in?" "No, they didn't come in at all." He was too astonished for words. "I answered the door," said Ann. "I've been upstairs, 'namelling the floor. 'Ow was I to think about callers, Artie? We ain't never 'ad callers all the time we've been here. I'd sent Gwendolen out for a breath of fresh air, and there I was upstairs 'namelling that floor she done so bad, so's to get it done before she came back. I thought I'd 'namel that floor and then get tea, and 'ave it quiet with you, toast and all, before she came back. 'Ow was I to think about callers?" She paused. "Well," said Kipps, "what them?" "They came and rapped. 'Ow was I to know? I thought it was a tradesman or something. Never took my apron off, never wiped the navel off my 'ands, nothing. There they was." She paused again. She was getting to the disagreeable part. "What they say?" said Kipps. "She says, 'Is Mrs. Kipps at 'ome?' See? To me." "Yes." "And me all painty and no cap on and nothing, neither missis nor servant like. There, Artie, I could have sunk through the floor with shame, I really could. I could 'ardly get my voice. I couldn't think of nothing to say but just 'not at 'ome,' and out of 'abit like I 'eld the tray. And they gave me the cards and went, and 'ow shall I ever look that lady in the face again I don't know. And that's all about it, Artie. They looked me up and down, they did, and then I shut the door on 'em." "Go," said Kipps. Ann went and poked the fire needlessly with a passion quivering hand. "I wouldn't have 'ad that happen for £5," said Kipps. "A clergyman and all." Ann dropped the poker into the fender with some éclat and stood up and looked at her hot face in the glass. Kipps' disappointment grew. "You did ought to have known better than that, Ann. You really did." He sat forward, cards in hand, with a deepening sense of social disaster. The things were laid upon the table, toast sheltered under a cover at mid fender, the teapot warmed beside it, and the kettle just lifted from the hob sang amidst the coals. Ann glanced at him for a moment, then stooped with the kettle holder to wet the tea. "Tcha!" said Kipps, with his mental state developing. "I don't see it's any use getting in a state about it now," said Ann. Don't you? I do. See, here's his people, good people, want to associate with us, and here you go and slap 'em in the face. I didn't slap 'em in the face. You do, practically. You slams the door in their face, and that's all we see of 'em ever. I wouldn't have had this happen not for a £10 note." He rounded his regrets with a grunt. For a while there was silence, save for the little stir of Ann's movements preparing the tea. "Tea, Artie?" said Ann, handing him a cup. Kipps took it. "I put sugar once," said Ann. "Oh, dash it, who cares?" said Kipps, taking an extraordinarily large additional lump with fury quivering fingers and putting his cup with a slight excess of force on the recessed cupboard. "Who cares?" "I wouldn't have had this happen," he said, bidding steadily against accomplished things, "for £20." He gloomed in silence through a long minute or so. Then Ann said the fatal thing that exploded him. "Artie," she said. "What?" "There's buttered toast down there by your foot." There was a pause. Husband and wife regarded one another. "Buttered toast," he said. "You go and mess up them callers, and then you try and stuff me up with buttered toast. Buttered toast, indeed. Here's our first chance of knowing anyone that's all fit to associate with. Look here, Ann. Tell you what it is. You got to return that call." "Return that call?" "Yeah, you got to return that call. That's what you've got to do. I know." He waved his arm vaguely towards the miscellany of books in the recess. "It's in Manners and Rules of Good Society. You got to find just how many cards to leave, and you got to go and leave 'em. See?" Ann's face expressed terror. "But, Artie, how can I?" "'Ow can you? 'Ow could you? You got to do it anyhow. They won't know you, not in your Bond Street 'at. If they do, they won't say nothing." His voice assumed a note of entreaty. "You must, Ann." "I can't." "You must." "I can't and I won't. Anything in reason I'll do, but face those people again I can't, after what's happened." "You won't?" "No." So there they go off, and we never see them again. And so it goes on. So it goes on. We don't know nobody, and we shan't know anybody, and you won't put yourself out not a little bit, or take the trouble to find out anything how it ought to be done." Terrible pause. "I never ought to have married you, Artie. That's the truth." "Oh, don't go into that." "I never ought to have married you, Artie. I'm not equal to the position. If you hadn't said you'd drown yourself." She choked. "I don't see why you shouldn't try, Ann. I've improved. Why don't you? Instead of which you go sending out the servant and 'namelling floors, and then when visitors come—" "'Ow was I to know about your old visitors?" cried Ann in a wail, and suddenly got up and fled from amidst their ruined tea, the tea of which toast all buttery was to be the crown and glory. Kipps watched her with a momentary consternation. Then he hardened his heart. "Ought to have known better," he said, "going on like that." He remained for a space rubbing his knees and muttering. He emitted scornfully, "I can't and I won't." He saw her as the source of all his shames. Presently, quite mechanically, he stooped down and lifted the flowery china cover. "To dash a buttered toast!" he shouted at the sight of it, and clapped the cover down again hard. When Gwendolen came back she perceived things were in a slightly unusual poise. Kipps sat by the fire in a rigid attitude, reading a casually selected volume of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, and Ann was upstairs and inaccessible, to reappear at a later stage with reddened eyes. Before the fire, and still in a perfectly assimilable condition, was what was evidently an untouched supply of richly buttered toast under a cracked cover. "They've 'ad a bit of a tiff," said Gwendolen, attending to her duties in the kitchen, with her outdoor hat still on and her mouth full. "They're rum 'uns if ever. My eye!" And she took another piece of Ann's generously buttered toast. 4 The Kippses spoke no more that day to one another. The squabble about cards and buttered toast was as serious to them as the most rational of differences. It was all rational to them. Their sense of wrong burnt within them, their sense of what was owing to themselves, the duty of implacability, the obstinacy of pride. In the small hours Kipps lay awake at the nadir of unhappiness and came near groaning. He saw life as an extraordinarily desolating muddle. His futile house, his social discredit, his bad behaviour to Helen, his low marriage to Ann. He became aware of something irregular in Ann's breathing. He listened. She was awake and quietly and privately sobbing. He hardened his heart. Resolutely he hardened his heart. The stupid little tragedies of these clipped and limited lives. What is the good of keeping up the idyllic sham and pretending that ill-educated, misdirected people get along very well, and that all this is harmlessly funny and nothing more? You think I'm going to write fat, silly, grinning novels about half-educated, under-trained people and keep it up all the time, that the whole thing's nothing but funny. As I think of them lying unhappily there in the darkness, my vision pierces the night. See what I can see. Above them, brooding over them, I tell you there is a monster, a lumpish monster, like some great clumsy griffin thing, like the Crystal Palace Labyrinthodon, like Coote, like the leaden godness Dullness Pope abhorred, like some fat proud flunkey, like pride, like indolence, like all that is darkening and heavy and obstructive in life. It is matter and darkness, it is the anti-soul, stupidity. My Kippses live in its shadow. Shalford in his apprenticeship system, the Hastings Academy, the ideas of Coote, the ideas of the old Kippses, all the ideas that have made Kipps what he is, all these are its shadow. But for that monster there might not be groping among false ideas and hurt one another so sorely and so stupidly. But for that, the glowing promise of childhood and youth might have had a happier fruition. Thought might have awakened in them to meet the thought of the world, the quickening sunshine of literature pierced to the substance of their souls. Their lives might not have been divorced, as now they are divorced for ever, from the apprehension of beauty that we favoured ones are given, the vision of the Grail that makes life fine for ever. I have laughed and I laugh at these two people. I have sought to make you laugh. But I see through the darkness the souls of my Kippses as they are, as little pink strips of living stuff, like the bodies of little, ill-nourished, ailing, ignorant children, children who feel pain, who are naughty and muddled and suffer and do not understand why. And the claw of this beast rests upon them. End of chapter 2. Book 3, Chapter 3 of Kipps by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. 1. Next morning came a remarkable telegram from Folkestone. "Please come at once. Urgent. Walshingham," said the telegram. And Kipps, after an agitated but still ample breakfast, departed. When he returned his face was very white and his countenance disordered. He let himself in with his latchkey and came into the dining room where Ann sat, affecting to work at a little thing she called a bib. She heard his hat fall in the hall before he entered, as though he had missed the peg. "I got something to tell you, Ann," he said, disregarding their overnight quarrel, and went to the hearthrug and took hold of the mantel and stared at Ann as though the sight of her was novel. "Well?" said Ann, not looking up and working a little faster. "He's gone." Ann looked up sharply and her hand stopped. "Who's gone?" For the first time she perceived Kipps' pallor. "Young Walshingham. I saw her and she told me." "Gone? What do you mean?" "Cleared out. Gone off for good." "What for?" "For his health," said Kipps with sudden bitterness. "He's been speculating. He's speculated our money and he's speculated their money, and now he's took his 'ook. That's all about it, Ann." "You mean?" "I mean he's off and our 24,000's off too, and here we are, smashed up. That's all about it, Ann." he panted. Ann had no vocabulary for such an occasion. "Oh, Lor'!" she said, and sat still. Kipps came about and stuck his hands deeply in his trouser pockets. "Speckylated every penny. Lost it all and gone." Even his lips were white. "You mean we ain't got nothing left, Artie?" "Not a penny. Not a blooming penny, Ann. No." A gust of passion whirled across the soul of Kipps. He flung out a knuckly fist. "If I 'ad him 'ere," he said, "I'd wring his neck for him. I'd " His voice rose to a shout. He thought of Gwendolen in the kitchen and felt oh! "But, Artie," said Ann, trying to grasp it, "do you mean to say he's took our money?" "Speckylated it," said Kipps, with an illustrative flourish of the arm that failed to illustrate. "Bought things dear and sold 'em cheap, and played the 'anky panky jackass with everything we got. That's what I mean he's done, Ann." He repeated this last sentence with the addition of violent adverbs. "Do you mean to say our money's gone, Artie?" "To dash it, yes, Ann," swore Kipps, exploding in a shout. "Ain't I telling you?" He was immediately sorry. "I didn't mean to 'oller at you, Ann," he said, "but I'm all shook up. I don't 'ardly know what I'm saying. Every penny." "But, Artie!" Kipps grunted. He went to the window and stared for a moment at a sunlit sea. "Gord!" he swore. "I mean," he said, coming back to Ann and with an air of exasperation, "that 'e's bezzled and 'ooked it. That's what I mean, Ann." Ann put down the bib. "But what are we going to do, Artie?" Kipps indicated ignorance, wrath and despair with one comprehensive gesture of his hands. He caught an ornament from the mantel and replaced it. "I'm going to bang about," he said, "if I ain't precious careful." "You saw her, you say?" "Yes." "What did she say exactly?" said Ann. "Told me to see a solicitor. Told me to get someone to 'elp me at once. She was there in black like she used to be, and speaking cool and careful like. Ellen. She's precious 'ard, is Ellen. She looked at me straight. 'It's my fault,' she said. 'I ought to have warned you. Only under the circumstances it was a little difficult.' Straight as anything. I didn't hardly say anything to her. I didn't seem to begin to take it in until she was showing me out. I hadn't anything to say. Just as well, perhaps. She talked like a call, almost. She said, what was it she said about her mother? 'My mother's overcome with grief,' she said, 'so naturally everything comes on me.'" "And she told you to get someone to help you?" "Yes. I've been to old Bean." "Old Bean?" "Yes, where I took my business away from." "What did he say?" "He was a bit off'and at first, but then he came round. He couldn't tell me anything till he knew the facts. What I know of young Walshingham, there won't be much helping the facts. No." He reflected for a space. "It's a smash up, Ann. More likely than not, Ann, he's left us over 'ead in debt. We got to get out of it just 'ow we can. We got to begin again," he went on. "'Ow, I don't know. All the way 'ome my 'ead's been going. We got to get a living somehow or other. 'Aving time to ourselves and a bit of money to spend and no 'urry and worry. It's all over for ever, Ann. We was fools, Ann. We didn't know our benefits. We been caught. Gord! Gord!" He was on the verge of banging about again. They heard a jingle in the passage, the large, soft impact of a servant's indoor boots. As if she were a mitigatory part of fate, came Gwendolen to lay the midday meal. Kipps displayed self-control forthwith. Ann picked up the bib again and bent over it, and the Kippses bore themselves gloomily perhaps, but not despairfully, while their dependant was in the room. She spread the cloth and put out the cutlery with a slow inaccuracy, and Kipps, after a whisper to himself, went again to the window. Ann got up and put away her work methodically in the chiffonier. "When I think," said Kipps, as soon as the door closed again behind Gwendolen, "when I think of the old people and 'aving to tell 'em of it all, I want to smash my 'ead against the nearest wall, smash my silly brains out. And Buggins, what I'd 'alf promised to start in a little outfitting shop in Rendezvous Street." Gwendolen returned and restored dignity. The midday meal spread itself slowly before them. Gwendolen, after her custom, left the door open, and Kipps closed it carefully before sitting down. He stood for a moment regarding the meal doubtfully. "I don't feel as if I could swaller a mouthful," he said. "You got to eat," said Ann. For a time they said little, and once swallowing was achieved, ate on with a sort of melancholy appetite. Each was now busy thinking. "After all," said Kipps presently, "whatever happens, they can't turn us out or sell us up before next quarter day. I'm pretty sure about that." "Sell us up?" said Ann. "I dessay we're bankrupt," said Kipps, trying to say it easily and helping himself with a trembling hand to unnecessary potatoes. Then a long silence. Ann ceased to eat, and there were silent tears. "More potatoes, Artie?" choked Ann. "I couldn't," said Kipps. "No." He pushed back his plate, which was indeed replete with potatoes, got up and walked about the room. Even the dinner table looked distraught and unusual. "What to do I don't know," he said. "Oh Lord!" he ejaculated, and picked up and slapped down a book. Then his eye fell upon another postcard that had come from Chitterlow by the morning's post, and which now lay by him on the mantelshelf. He took it up, glanced at its imperfectly legible message and put it down. "Delayed," he said scornfully. "Not produced in the Smalls, or is it Smells, he says. 'Ow can one understand that? Any'ow, he's humbugging again. Something about the Strand. No, well, he's 'ad all the money he'll ever get out of me. I'm done." He seemed to find a momentary relief in the dramatic effect of his announcement. He came near to a swagger of despair upon the hearthrug, and then suddenly came and sat down next to Ann and rested his chin on the knuckles of his two clenched hands. "I been a fool, Ann," he said in a gloomy monotone. "I been a brasted fool. But it's 'ard on us. All the same it's 'ard." "'Ow was you to know?" said Ann. "I ought to have known. I did in a sort of way know. And 'ere we are. I wouldn't care so much if it was myself, but it's you, Ann. 'Ere we are, regular smashed up, and you " He checked at an unspeakable aggravation of their disaster. "I knew he wasn't to be depended upon, and there I left it. And you got to pay. What's to happen to us all I don't know." He thrust out his chin and glared at fate. "'Ow d'you know 'e's speckylated everything?" said Ann after a silent survey of him. "He 'as," said Kipps irritably, holding firm to disaster. "She say so?" "She don't know, of course, but you depend upon it that's it. She told me she knew something was on, and when she found him gone and a note left for her, she knew it was up with him. He went by the night boat. She wrote that telegram off to me straight away." Ann surveyed his features with tender, perplexed eyes. She had never seen him so white and drawn before, and her hand rested an inch or so away from his arm. The actual loss was still, as it were, afar from her. The immediate thing was his enormous distress. "'Ow do you know?" she said, and stopped. It would irritate him too much. Kipps' imagination was going headlong. "Sold up," he emitted presently, and Ann flinched. "Going back to work day after day. I can't stand it, Ann, I can't. And you?" "It don't do to think of it," said Ann. Presently he came upon a resolve. "I keep on thinking of it and thinking of it, and what's to be done and what's to be done. I shan't be any good 'ome 'safternoon. Keeps on going round and round in my 'ead, and round and round. I better go for a walk or something. I'd be no comfort to you, Ann. I should want to 'owl and 'ammer things if I 'ung about 'ome. My fingers is all a twitch. I shall keep on thinking I might 'ave stopped it, and calling myself a fool." He looked at her between pleading and shame. It seemed like deserting her. Ann regarded him with tear dimmed eyes. "You better do what's good for you, Artie," she said. "I'll be best cleaning. It's no use sending off Gwendolen before a month, and the top room wants turning out." She added with a sort of grim humour, "May as well turn it out now while I got it." "I'd better go for a walk," said Kipps. and presently our poor exploded Kipps was marching out to bear his sudden misery. Habit turned him up the road towards his growing house, and then suddenly he perceived his direction. "Oh, Lor'!" and turned aside and went up the steep way to the hill crest and the Sandling Road, and over the line by that tree embowered junction, and athwart the wide fields towards Postling, a little black marching figure, and so up the downs and over the hills whither he had never gone before. 2 He came back long after dark, and Ann met him in the passage. "Where you been, Artie?" she asked with a strained note in her voice. "I've been walking and walking, trying to tire myself out. All the time I've been thinking what shall I do. Trying to fix something up all out of nothing." "I didn't know you meant to be out all this time." Kipps was gripped by compunction. "I can't think what we ought to do," he said presently. "You can't do anything much, Artie, not till you hear from Mr. Bean." "No, I can't do anything much. That's just it. And all this time I keep feeling if I don't do something the top of my head'll burst. Been trying to make up advertisements half the time I've been out, about founding a place, good salesman and stock keeper, and good Manchester dresses, window dressing. Lor'! Fancy that all beginning again. If you went to stay with Sid a bit, if I sent every penny I got to you, I dunno." When they had gone to bed there was an elaborate attempt to get to sleep. In one of their great waking pauses Kipps remarked in a muffled tone, "I didn't mean to frighten you, Ann, being out so late. I kept on walking and walking, and somehow it seemed to do me good. I went out to the hilltop ever so far beyond Stamford, and sat there ever so long, and it seemed to make me better, just looking over the marsh like, and seeing the sunset." "Very likely," said Ann after a long interval. "It isn't so bad as you think it is, Artie." "It's bad," said Kipps. "Very likely after all it isn't quite so bad. If there's only a little." There came another long silence. "Ann," said Kipps in the quiet darkness. "Yes?" said Ann. "Ann," said Kipps, and stopped as though he had hastily shut a door upon speech. "I kept thinking," he said, trying again. "I kept thinking, after all, I been cross to you and a fool about things, about them cards, Ann. But," his voice shook to pieces, "we've been 'appy, Ann, somehow, together." And with that he and then she fell into a passion of weeping. They clung very tightly together, closer than they had been since ever the first brightness of their married days turned to the grey of common life again. All the disaster in the world could not prevent their going to sleep at last, with their poor little troubled heads close together on one pillow. There was nothing more to be done, there was nothing more to be thought. Time might go on with his mischiefs, but for a little while at least they still had one another. 3 Kipps returned from his second interview with Mr. Bean in a state of strange excitement. He let himself in with his latch key and slammed the door. "Ann!" he shouted in an unusual note. "Ann!" Ann replied distantly. "Something to tell you," said Kipps. "Something new." Ann appeared apprehensive from the kitchen. "Ann," he said, going before her in the little dining room, for his news was too dignified for the passage. "Very likely, Ann, old Bean says we shall have." He decided to prolong the suspense. "Guess." "I can't, Artie." "Think of a lot of money." £100, perhaps." He spoke with immense deliberation. "Over £1,000." Ann stared and said nothing, only went a shade whiter. "Over," he said. "Almost certainly over." He shut the dining room door and came forward hastily, for Ann, it was clear, meant to take this mitigation of their disaster with a complete abandonment of her self-control. She came near flopping. She fell into his arms. "Artie!" she got to at last, and began to weep, clinging tightly to him. "Pretty near certain," said Kipps, holding her. £1,000." "I said, Artie," she wailed on his shoulder with the note of accumulated wrongs. "Very likely it wasn't so bad." "There's things," he said, when presently he came to particulars, "he couldn't touch. The new place. It's freehold and paid for, and with a bit of building on it there's £500 or £600 perhaps. Say worth 300 for safety. We can't be sold up to finish it, like we thought. Old Bean says we can very likely sell it and get money. He says you can even get a chance to sell our house less than half done, especially freehold. Very likely, he say. Then there's Hughenden. Hughenden hasn't been mortgaged not for more than half its value. There's 100 or so to be got on that, and the furniture, and the rent for the summer still coming in. He says there's very likely other things. £1,000, that's what he said. He said it might be even more. They were sitting now at the table. "It alters everything," said Ann. "I've been thinking that, Ann, all the way home. I came in the motor car. First ride I've had since the smash. We needn't send off Gwendolen, leastways not till after, you know, we needn't turn out of here, not for a long time. What we been doing for the old people we can go on doing almost as much. And your mother? I wanted to 'oller coming along. I've pretty near run coming down the road by the hotel. Oh, I'm glad we can stop here and be comfortable a bit," said Ann. "I am glad for that." "I pretty near told the driver on the motor, only was the sort won't talk. You see, Ann, we'll be able to start a shop. We'll be able to get into something like. All about our having to go back to places and that. All that doesn't matter any more." For a while they abandoned themselves to ejaculating transports. Then they fell talking to shape an idea to themselves of the new prospect that opened before them. "We must start a sort of shop," said Kipps, whose imagination had been working. "It'll have to be a shop." "Drapery?" said Ann. "You want such a lot of capital for the drapery. More than £1,000 you want by a long way to start it anything like proper." "Well, outfitting. Like Buggins was going to do." Kipps glanced at that for a moment because the idea had not occurred to him. Then he came back to his prepossession. "Well, I thought of something else, Ann," he said. "You see, I've always thought a little bookshop. It ain't like the drapery, having to be learnt. I thought, even before this smash up, 'ow I'd like to 'ave something to do instead of always having 'olidays always like we've been having." She reflected. "You don't know much about books, do you, Artie?" "You don't want to," he illustrated. "I noticed when we used to go to that library at Folkestone, ladies weren't anything like what they was in a draper's. If you haven't got just what they want, it's 'Oh no!' and out they go. But in a bookshop it's different. One book's very like another. After all, what is it? Something to read and done with. It's not a thing that matters like print dresses or serviettes, where you either like 'em or you don't, and people judge you by. They take what you give 'em in books and libraries, and glad to be told what to. See how we was up at that library?" He paused. "You see, Ann, when I read advertisements the other day, I've been asking Mr. Bean, it said £500. "What did?" "Branches," said Kipps. Ann failed to understand. "It's a sort of thing that gets up bookshops all over the country," said Kipps. "I didn't tell you, but I asked about it a bit. Only I dropped it again. Before this smash, I mean. I thought I'd like to keep a shop for a lark, only then I thought it's silly. Besides, it'd have been beneath me." He blushed vividly. "It was a sort of project of mine, Ann. Only it wouldn't have done," he added. It was a tortuous journey when the Kippses set out to explain anything to each other, but through a maze of fragmentary elucidations and questions their minds did presently begin to approximate to a picture of a compact, bright little shop as a framework for themselves. "I thought of it one day when I was in Folkestone. I thought of it one day when I was looking at a window. I see a chap dressing a window and he was whistling regular light-hearted. I thought then I'd like to keep a bookshop anyhow, just for something to do. And when people weren't about, then you could sit and read the books. See? It wouldn't be 'arf bad." They mused, each with elbows on table and knuckles to lips, looking with speculative eyes at each other. "Very likely we'd be happier than we should have been with more money." said Kipps presently. "We wasn't 'ardly suited," reflected Ann, and left her sentence incomplete. "Fish out of water like," said Kipps. "You won't have to return that call now," said Kipps, opening a new branch of the question. "That's one good thing." "Lor'!" said Ann, "no more I shan't." "I don't suppose they'd want you to even if you did, with things as they are." A certain added brightness came into Ann's face. "Nobody won't be able to come leaving cards on us, Artie, now, any more. We are out of that." "There isn't no necessity for us to be stuck up," said Kipps, "any more for ever. 'Ere we are, Ann, common people, with jest no position at all, as you might say, to keep up. No servants, not if you don't like. No dressing better than other people. If it wasn't we been robbed, dashed if I'd care a rap about losing that money. I believe," his face shone with the rare pleasure of paradox, "I really believe, Ann, it'll prove a saving in the end." 4 The remarkable advertisement which had fired Kipps' imagination with this dream of a bookshop opened out in the most alluring way. It was one little facet in a comprehensive scheme of transatlantic origin which was to make our old world methods of bookselling sit up, and it displayed an imaginative briskness, a lucidity and promise that aroused the profoundest scepticism in the mind of Mr. Bean. To Kipps' renewed investigations it presented itself in an expository illustrated pamphlet, far too well printed, Mr. Bean thought, for a reputable undertaking, of the most convincing sort. Mr. Bean would not let him sink his capital in shares in its projected company that was to make all things new in the world of books, but he could not prevent Kipps becoming one of their associated booksellers. And so when presently it became apparent that an epoch was not to be made, and the Associated Booksellers Trading Union Limited receded and dissolved and liquidated a few drops and vanished and went away to talk about something else, Kipps remained floating undamaged in this interestingly uncertain universe as an independent bookseller. Except that it failed. The Associated Booksellers Trading Union had all the stigmata of success. Its fault perhaps was that it had them all instead of only one or two. It was to buy wholesale for all its members and associates, and exchange stock, having a common books in stock list and a common lending library, and it was to provide a uniform registered shop front to signify all these things to the intelligent passer-by. Except that it was controlled by buoyant young overmen with a touch of genius in their arithmetic, it was, I say, a most plausible and hopeful project. Kipps went several times to London and an agent came to Hythe. Mr. Bean made some timely interventions, and then behind a veil of planks and an announcement in the High Street, the uniform registered shop front came rapidly into being. Associated Booksellers Trading Union, said this shop front, in a refined artistic lettering that book buyers were going to value, as wise men over 40 value the proper label for Berncasteler Doctor, and then Arthur Kipps. Next to starting a haberdasher's shop, I doubt if Kipps could have been more truly happy than during those weeks of preparation. There is, of course, nothing on earth, and I doubt at times if there is a joy in heaven, like starting a small haberdasher's shop. Imagine, for example, having a drawer full of tapes, one whole piece most exquisitely blocked of every possible width of tape, or again an army of neat large packages, each displaying one sample of hooks and eyes. Think of your cottons, your drawer of coloured silks, the little least of the compartments and thin packets of your needle drawer. Poor princes and wretched gentlefolk, mysteriously above retail trade, may taste only the faint unsatisfactory shadow of these delights, with trays of stamps or butterflies. I write, of course, for those to whom these things appeal. There are clods alive who see nothing, or next to nothing, in spools of mercerized cotton and endless bands of paper-set pins. I write for the wise, and as I write I wonder that Kipps resisted haberdashery. He did. Yet even starting a bookshop is at least 20 times as interesting as building your own house to your own design in unlimited space and time, or any possible thing people with indisputable social position and sound securities can possibly find to do. Upon that I rest. You figure Kipps going to have a look to see how the little shop is getting on, the shop that is not to be a loss and a spending of money, but a gain. He does not walk too fast towards it. As he comes into view of it, his paces slacken and his head goes to one side. He crosses to the pavement opposite in order to inspect the fascia better. Already his name is adumbrated in faint white lines. Stops in the middle of the road and scrutinises imaginary details for the benefit of his future next door neighbour, the curiosity shop man, and so at last in. A smell of paint and of the shavings of imperfectly seasoned pine wood. The shop is already glazed and a carpenter is busy over the fittings for adjustable shelves in the side windows. A painter is busy on the fixtures round about, shelving above and drawers below, which are to accommodate most of the stock, and the counter and desk are done. Kipps goes inside the desk which is to be the strategic centre of the shop, brushes away some sawdust and draws out the marvellous till. Here gold is to be, here silver, here copper, notes locked up in a cash box in the well below. Then he leans his elbows on the desk, rests his chin on his fist and fills the shelves with imaginary stock, books beyond reading. Every day a man who cares to wash his hands and read uncapped pages artfully may have his cake and eat it among that stock. Under the counter to the right, paper and string are to lurk, ready to leap up and embrace goods sold. On the table to the left, art publications, whatever they may prove to be. He maps it out, serves an imaginary customer, receives a dream 7 and 6pence, packs, bows out. He wonders how it was ever he came to fancy a shop a disagreeable place. "It's different," he says at last, after musing on that difficulty, "being your own." It is different. Or again, you figure Kipps with something of the air of a young sacristan, handling his brightly virginal account books, and looking again, and then still looking, at an unparalleled specimen of copperplate engraving, ruled money below, and above bearing the words, "In account with Arthur Kipps," loud flourishes, the Booksellers' Trading Union, temperate decoration. You figure Ann sitting and stitching at one point of the circumference of the light of the lamp, stitching queer little garments for some unknown stranger, and over against her sits Kipps. Before him is one of those engraved memorandum forms, a moist pad wet with some thick and greasy greenish purple ink that is also spreading quietly but steadily over his fingers, a cross-nib pen for first-aid surgical assistance to the patient in his hand, a dating rubber stamp. At intervals he brings down this latter with great care and emphasis upon the paper, and when he lifts it there appears a beautiful oval design of which "Paid Arthur Kipps, the Associate Booksellers' Trading Union," and a date are the essential ingredients, stamped in purple ink. Anon he turns his attention to a box of small round yellow labels declaring "This book was bought from the Associated Booksellers' Trading Union." He licks one with deliberate care, sticks it on the paper before him and defaces it with great solemnity. "I can do it, Ann," he says, looking up brightly. For the Associated Booksellers' Trading Union, among other brilliant notions and inspirations, devised an ingenious system of taking back its books again, in part payment for new ones within a specified period. When it failed, all sorts of people were left with these unredeemed pledges in hand. 5 Amidst all this bustle and interest, all this going to and fro before they moved into the High Street, came the great crisis that hung over the Kippses, and one morning in the small hours Ann's child was born. Kipps was coming to manhood swiftly now. The once rabbit-like soul that had been so amazed by the discovery of tubes in the human interior, and so shocked by the sight of a woman's shoulder blades, that had found shame and anguish in a mislaid gibus and terror in an anagrammed T, was at last facing the greater realities. He came suddenly upon the master thing in life, birth. He passed through hours of listening, hours of impotent fear in the night and in the dawn, and then there was put into his arms something most wonderful, a weak and wailing creature, incredibly, heart-stirringly soft and pitiful, with minute appealing hands that it wrung his heart to see. He held this miracle in his arms and touched its tender cheek as if he feared his lips might injure it. And this marvel was his son. And there was Ann, with a greater strangeness and a greater familiarity in her quality than he had ever found before. There were little beads of perspiration on her temples and her lips, and her face was flushed, not pale as he had feared to see it. She had the look of one who emerges from some strenuous and invigorating act. He bent down and kissed her, and he had no words to say. She wasn't to speak much yet, but she stroked his arm with her hand, and had to tell him one thing. "He's over 9 pounds, Artie," she whispered. Bess's wasn't no more than 8." To have given Kipps a pound of triumph over Sid seemed to her almost to justify Nunc Dimittis. She watched his face for a moment, then closed her eyes in a kind of blissful exhaustion, as the nurse, with something motherly in her manner, pushed Kipps out of the room. 6 Kipps was far too much preoccupied with his own life to worry about the further exploits of Chitterlow. The man had got his 2,000. On the whole, Kipps was glad he had had it rather than young Walshingham, and there was an end to the matter. As for the complicated transactions he achieved and proclaimed by mainly illegible and always incomprehensible postcards, they were like passing voices heard in the street as one goes about one's urgent concerns. Kipps put them aside, and they got in between the pages of the stock and were lost for ever, and sold in with the goods to customers who puzzled over them mightily. Then one morning, as he was dusting round before breakfast, Chitterlow returned, appeared suddenly in the shop doorway. Kipps was overcome with amazement. It was the most unexpected thing in the world. The man was in evening dress in that singularly crumpled state it assumes after the hour of dawn, and above his dishevelled red hair a smallish gibus hat tilted remarkably forward. He opened the door and stood, tall and spread, with one vast white glove flung out, as if to display how burst a glove might be, his eyes bright, such wrinkling of brow and mouth as only an experienced actor can produce, and a singular radiance of emotion upon his whole being, an altogether astonishing spectacle. It was amazing beyond the powers of Kipps. The bell jangled for a bit and then gave it up and was silent. For a long great second everything was quietly attentive. Kipps was amazed to his uttermost. Had he had 10 times the capacity he would still have been fully amazed. "It's Chit'low," he said at last, standing duster in hand. But he doubted whether it was not a dream. "Tut!" gasped that most excitable and extraordinary person, still in an incredibly expanded attitude, and then, with a slight forward jerk of the starry split glove, "Biff!" He could say no more. The tremendous speech he had had ready vanished from his mind. Kipps stared at his extraordinary facial changes, vaguely conscious of the truth of the teachings of Nisbet and Lombroso concerning men of genius. Then suddenly Chitterlow's features were convulsed, the histrionic fell from him like a garment, and he was weeping. He said something indistinct about "Old Kipps, good old Kipps, oh, old Kipps," and somehow he managed to mix a chuckle and a sob in the most remarkable way. He emerged from somewhere near the middle of his original attitude a merely life-size creature. "My play, Boo!" he sobbed, clutching at his friend's arm. "My play, Kipps. You know?" "Well?" cried Kipps, with his heart sinking in sympathy. "It ain't." "No!" howled Chitterlow. "No! It's a success, my dear chap, my dear boy. Oh, it's a big success." He turned away and wiped streaming tears with the back of his hand. He walked a pace or so and turned. He sat down on one of the specially designed artistic chairs of the Associated Booksellers Trading Union and produced an exiguous lady's handkerchief, extraordinarily belaced. He choked, "My play!" and covered his face here and there. He made an unsuccessful effort to control himself, and shrank for a space to the dimensions of a small and pathetic creature. His great nose suddenly came through a careless place in the handkerchief. "I'm knocked," he said in a muffled voice, and so remained for a space, wonderful, veiled. He made a gallant effort to wipe his tears away. "I had to tell you," he said, gulping. "Be all right in a minute," he added. "Calm," and sat still. Kipps stared in commiseration of such success. Then he heard footsteps and went quickly to the house doorway. "Just a minute," he said. "Don't go in the shop, Ann, for a minute. It's Chitterlow. He's a bit excited, but he'll be better in a minute. It's knocked him over a bit. You see," his voice sank to a hushed note, as one who announces death, "he's made a success with his play." He pushed her back lest she should see the scandal of another male's tears. Soon Chitterlow felt better, but for a little while his manner was even alarmingly subdued. "I had to come and tell you," he said. "I had to astonish someone. Muriel, she'll be first rate, of course, but she's over at Dymchurch." He blew his nose with enormous noise and emerged instantly a merely garrulous optimist. "I expect she'll be precious glad." "She doesn't know yet, my dear boy. She's at Dymchurch with a friend. She's been some of my first nights before. Better out of it. I'm going to her now. I've been up all night, talking to the boys and all that. I'm a bit off it just for a bit, but it knocked 'em. It knocked everybody." He stared at the floor and went on in a monotone. "They laughed a bit at the beginning, but nothing like a settled laugh. Not until the second act, you know. The chap with the beetle down his neck. Little Chisholm did that bit to rights. Then they began to rights." His voice warmed and increased. "Laughing? It made me laugh. We jumped into the third act before they had time to cool. Everybody was on it. I never saw a first night go so fast. Laugh, 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 laugh." He howled the last word with stupendous violence. "Everything they laughed at. They laughed at things we hadn't meant to be funny, not for one moment. Biff, Biz, curtain. A fair knockout. I went on, but I didn't say a word. Chisholm did the patter, shouting. It was like walking under Niagara, going across that stage. It was like never having seen an audience before. Then afterwards, the boys." His emotion held him for a space. "Dear old boys," he murmured. His words multiplied, his importance increased. In a little while he was restored to something of his old self. He was enormously excited. He seemed unable to sit down anywhere. He came into the breakfast room so soon as Kipps was sure of him, shook hands with Mrs. Kipps, parenthetically sat down and immediately got up again. He went to the bassinet in the corner and looked absent-mindedly at Kipps junior, and said he was glad, if only for the youngster's sake. He immediately resumed the thread of his discourse. He drank a cup of coffee noisily and walked up and down the room talking, while they attempted breakfast amidst the gale of his excitement. The infant slept marvellously through it all. "You won't mind my not sitting down, Mrs. Kipps. I couldn't sit down for anyone, or I'd do it for you. It's you I'm thinking of more than anyone, you and Muriel and all old pals and good friends. It means wealth, it means money, hundreds and thousands. If you'd have heard 'em, you'd know." He was silent through a portentous moment while topics battled for him, and finally he burst and talked of them all together. It was like the rush of water when a dam bursts and washes out a fair-sized provincial town. All sorts of things floated along on the swirl. For example, he was discussing his future behaviour. "I'm glad it's come now, not before. I've had my lesson. I shall be very discreet now, trust me. We've learnt the value of money." He discussed the possibility of a country house, of taking a Martello tower as a swimming box, as one might say a shooting box, of living in Venice because of its artistic associations and scenic possibilities, of a flat in Westminster or a house in the West End. He also raised the question of giving up smoking and drinking, and what classes of drink were especially noxious to a man of his constitution. But discourses on all this did not prevent a parenthetical computation of the probable profits on the supposition of 1,000 nights here and in America. Nor did ignore the share Kipps was to have, nor the gladness with which Chitterlow would pay that share, nor the surprise and regret with which he had learnt through an indirect source which awakened many associations of the turpitude of young Walshingham, nor the distaste Chitterlow had always felt for young Walshingham and men of his type. An excursus upon Napoleon had got into the torrent somehow and kept bobbing up and down. The whole thing was thrown into the form of a single complex sentence, with parenthetical and subordinate clauses fitting one into the other like Chinese boxes, and from first to last it never even had an air of approaching anything in the remotest degree partaking of the nature of a full stop. Into this deluge came the Daily News, like the gleam of light in Watts's picture. The waters were assuaged while its sheet was opened, and it had a column, a whole column of praise. Chitterlow held the paper, and Kipps read over his left hand, and Ann under his right. It made the affair more real to Kipps. It seemed even to confirm Chitterlow against lurking doubts he had been concealing. But it took him away. He departed in a whirl, to secure a copy of every morning paper, every blessed rag there is, and take them all to Dymchurch and Muriel forthwith. It had been the send-off the boys had given him that had prevented his doing as much at Charing Cross, let alone that he only caught it by the skin of his teeth. Besides which the bookstall wasn't open. His white face, lit by a vast excitement, bid them a tremendous farewell, and he departed through the sunlight, with his buoyant walk, buoyant almost to the tottering pitch. His hair, as one got it sunlit in the street, seemed to have grown in the night. They saw him stop a newsboy. "Every blessed rag," floated to them on the notes of that gorgeous voice. The newsboy, too, had happened on luck. Something like a faint cheer from the newsboy came down the air to terminate that transaction. Chitterlow went on his way, swinging a great budget of papers, a figure of merited success. The newsboy recovered from his emotion with a jerk, examined something in his hand again, transferred it to his pocket, watched Chitterlow for a space, and then in a sort of hushed silence resumed his daily routine. Ann and Kipps watched that receding happiness in silence until he vanished round the bend of the road. "I am glad," said Ann at last, speaking with a little sigh. "So am I," said Kipps with emphasis. "For if ever a feller has worked and waited, it's 'im." They went back through the shop rather thoughtfully, and after a peep at the sleeping baby, resumed their interrupted breakfast. "If ever a feller's worked and waited, it's 'im," said Kipps, cutting bread. "Very likely it's true," said Ann a little wistfully. "What's true?" "About all that money coming." Kipps meditated. "I don't see why it shouldn't be," he decided, and handed Ann a piece of bread on the tip of his knife. "But we'll keep on the shop," he said after an interval for further reflection. "All the same, I haven't much trust in money after the things we've seen." 7 That was 2 years ago, and as the whole world knows, the pestered butterfly is running still. It was true. It has made the fortune of a once declining little theatre in the Strand. Night after night the great Beetle scene draws happy tears from a house packed to repletion. And Kipps, for all that Chitterlow is not what one might call a business man, is almost as rich as he was in the beginning. People in Australia, people in Lancashire, Scotland, Ireland, in New Orleans, in Jamaica, in New York and Montreal, have crowded through doorways to Kipps's enrichment, lured by the hitherto unsuspected humours of the entomological drama. Wealth rises like an exhalation all over our little planet, and condenses, or at least some of it does, in the pockets of Kipps. "It's rum," said Kipps. He sat in the little kitchen, out behind the bookshop, and philosophised and smiled, while Ann gave Arthur Waddy Kipps his evening tub before the fire. Kipps was always present at this ceremony, unless customers prevented. There was something in the mixture of the odours of tobacco, soap and domesticity that charmed him unspeakably. "Chuck the D, old man," he said affably, wagging his pipe at his son, and thought incidentally, after the manner of all parents, that very few children could have so straight and clean a body. "Daddy's got a cheque," said Arthur Waddy Kipps, emerging for a moment from the towel. "He's got hold of everything," said Ann. "You can't say a word." "Dad got a cheque," this marvellous child repeated. "Yes, old man, I got a cheque, and it's got to go into a bank for you, against when you got to go to school, see? So you'll grow up knowing your way about a bit." "Dad has got a cheque," said the wonder son, and then gave his mind to making mighty splashes with his foot. Every time he splashed, laughter overcame him, and he had to be held up for fear he should tumble out of the tub in his merriment. Finally he was towelled to his toe tips, wrapped up in warm flannel and kissed, and carried off to bed by Ann's cousin and lady help Emma. And then, after Ann had carried away the bath into the scullery, she returned to find her husband with his pipe extinct and the cheque still in his hand. £2,000, he said. "It's dashed rum. What have I done to get £2,000, Ann?" "What haven't you not to?" said Ann. He reflected upon this view of the case. "I shan't never give up this shop," he said at last. "We're very happy here," said Ann. "Not if I had £50,000." "No fear," said Ann. "You got a shop," said Kipps, "and you come along in a year's time and there it is. But money, look how it comes and goes. There's no sense in money. You may kill yourself trying to get it, and then it comes when you aren't looking. There's my original money. Where is it now? Gone. And it's took young Walshingham with it, and he's gone too. It's like playing skittles. Long comes the ball, right and left you fly, and there it is rolling away, and not changed a bit. No sense in it. He's gone, and she's gone off with that chap Revel, that sat with me at dinner. Married man, and Chitlow rich. Lor', what a fine place that Garrick Club is, to be sure, where I had lunch with him. Better'n any hotel. Footmen in powder they got. Not waiters, Ann, footmen. He's rich and me rich in a sort of way. Don't see much sense in it, Ann, however you look at it." He shook his head. "I know one thing," said Kipps. "What?" "I'm going to put in it just as many different banks as I can, see? 50 here, 50 there. Deposit. I'm not going to invest it. No fear." "It's only throwing money away," said Ann. "I've half a mind to bury some of it under the shop. Only I expect one 'ud always be coming down at nights to make sure it was there. I don't seem to trust anyone. Not with money." He put the cheque on the table corner and smiled and tapped his pipe on the grate, with his eyes on that wonderful document. "S'pose old Bean started off," he reflected. "One thing is, he is a bit lame." "He wouldn't," said Ann. "Not him. I was only joking like." He stood up, put his pipe among the candlesticks on the mantel, took up the cheque and began folding it carefully to put it back in his pocket book. A little bell jangled. "Shop," said Kipps. "That's right. Keep a shop and the shop'll keep you. That's how I look at it, Ann." He drove his pocket book securely into his breast pocket before he opened the living room door. But whether indeed it is the bookshop that keeps Kipps, or whether it is Kipps who keeps the bookshop, is just one of those commercial mysteries people of my unarithmetical temperament are never able to solve. They do very well, the dears, anyhow, thank Heaven. The bookshop of Kipps is on the left-hand side of the Hythe High Street, coming from Folkestone, between the yard of the livery stable and the shop window full of old silver and such like things. It is quite easy to find, and there you may see him for yourself and speak to him and buy this book of him if you like. He has it in stock, I know. Very delicately I've seen to that. His name is not Kipps, of course, you must understand that, but everything else is exactly as I have told you. You can talk to him about books, about politics, about going to Boulogne, about life and the ups and downs of life, perhaps he will quote you Buggins, from whom, by the by, one can now buy everything a gentleman's wardrobe should contain at the little shop in Rendezvous Street, Folkestone. If you're fortunate to find Kipps in a good mood, he may even let you know how he inherited a fortune once. "Run from it," he'll say with a not unhappy smile. "Got another afterwards, speculating in plays. Needn't keep this shop if I didn't like, but it's something to do." Or he may be even more intimate. "I seen some things," he said to me once. "Rather. Life? Why, once I 'loped. I did really." Of course you will not tell Kipps that he is Kipps, or that I have put him in this book. He does not know. And, you know, one never knows how people are going to take that sort of thing. I am an old and trusted customer now, and for many amiable reasons I should prefer that things remained exactly on their present footing. 8. One early closing evening in July they left the baby to the servant cousin, and Kipps took Ann for a row on the Hythe Canal. It was a glorious evening, and the sun set in a mighty blaze and left a world warm and very still. The twilight came, and there was the water shining bright, and the sky a deepening blue, and the great trees that dipped their boughs towards the water, exactly as it had been when he had paddled home with Helen, when her eyes had seemed to him like dusky stars. He had ceased from rowing and rested on his oars, and suddenly he was touched by the wonder of life. The strangeness that is a present stood again by his side. Out of the darknesses beneath the shallow weedy stream of his being rose a question that looked up dimly and never reached the surface. It was the question of the wonder of the beauty, the purposeless, inconsecutive beauty that falls so strangely among the happenings and memories of life. It never reached the surface of his mind, it never took to itself substance or form, it looked up merely as the phantom of a face might look, out of deep waters, and sank again into nothingness. "Artie," said Ann. He woke up and pulled a stroke. "What?" he said. "Penny for your thoughts, Artie." He considered. "I really don't think I was thinking of anything," he said at last with a smile. "No." He still rested on his oars. "I expect," he said, "I was thinking just what a rum go everything is. I expect it was something like that." "Queer old Artie." "Ain't I? I don't suppose there ever was a chap quite like me before." He reflected for just another minute. "Oh, I dunno," he said, and roused himself to pull. End of chapter 3. End of Kipps by H.G. Wells.